The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents for February 27th, 2025 will come to order. And before I begin roll, I'd like to take time to welcome our new student regent, Lucy. I know that you're on there. It's Lucy Gipple from UNI. We are happy to have you here and look forward to working with you.
Thank you for the nice welcome. I appreciate it greatly.
So I'll go ahead with roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Hensley.
Here.
Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Reiswick.
Here.
Regent Lindmeyer.
Here.
Regent Kramer.
Here.
Regent Gipple.
Here.
Regent Bates is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. The board has necessity to meet in closed session for the following reasons. In accordance with the Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.I, to conduct the performance evaluation of the executive director as necessary to prevent the needless and irreparable injury to the executive director's reputation. The executive director requested that his evaluation be conducted in closed session. And B, in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.c, to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. At the conclusion of closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion that the board enter into closed session?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Regent Hensley. Do I have a second?
Second. Nancy.
Regent Dunkel. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Regent Barker.
Yes.
Regent Hensley.
Yes.
Regent Rouse.
Yes.
Regent Reiswick.
Yes.
Regent Dunkel.
Yes.
Regent Kramer.
Yes.
Regent Lindmeyer.
Yes.
Regent Gipple.
Yes.
Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. session, and we'll hear from the Property and Facilities Committee.
Okay, good morning. With that, we'll bring the Property and Facilities Committee to order. We'll start with the minutes of the November 6, 2024 committee meeting. Are there any updates to those minutes? Okay, hearing none, we will recommend those to the board. The first order of business is the University of Iowa capital improvements. So Rod Leonards, you're up.
Thank you, Regent Ryswick and Board of Regents member. And I would like to take a moment just to thank and welcome Regent Gipple. Thank you for representing all of the students at all of our universities and for your next adventure. We look forward to working with you. I would like to start, Regent Ryswick and the committee. I'll list the projects we have, go through these, and then be glad to answer any questions you may have. The University of Iowa has 6 capital register projects or proposals to you. The first 2 are permissions to proceed with planning. The next 3 are project description and budget, and the final one, a revised budget for you to consider. The first of the projects, permission to proceed with planning for the University of Iowa Healthcare Master Plan projects. Of course, we've communicated with the Board of Regents our 10-year master plan, both for the main campus and for our health science campus. And as we continue with the projects that we've coordinated and executed with you that include projects like the North Liberty Hospital, which we're very proud to be opening in the very near future. There are also the 4 original pavilions of the main hospital that have been there for primarily a half a century or more, with outdated systems, layouts, and support systems for healthcare. And as we execute these projects and decompress the hospital, the main hospital, over this next decade, we will have a series of upgrades and modernizations through those pavilions and in the main hospital. What we're presenting as a proposal to the Board of Regents is an umbrella permission to proceed on those projects over the next 10 years, with each and every one of them coming back to the Board of Regents with description and the specific budgets for them as we execute those various infill, refill, and modernizations projects. At this point, what we're presenting is a range of 150 to 250 million over that 10-year period of modernizations, and all of those within the context of our 10-year master plan. The building out of these, it'll include systems, fire and life safety, but also the care of spaces and clinic spaces that serve our patients and our doctors, nurses, and staff. So that is the first of the projects we have. Not a great deal of definition, but the commitment to, as we deliver those projects, to come back and coordinate with the Board of Regents. The second project, also permission to proceed with planning associated with UI Healthcare. This would be the construction of a new child care center. It would be a replacement child care center. There is currently one in the outdated building, West Lawn, which part of our 10-year plan is a building that would come down and remove 32, as it says in the document, $32 to $37 million in outstanding deferred maintenance in a very functionally obsolete building. The daycare service that is provided by a third-party vendor through our arrangement with them, Bright Horizons, is within that building. We would, as part of our plan, move and build a new child care center on and adjacent to, but on the other side of the healthcare campus on Melrose, in what we refer to as parking ramp 49. That parking ramp was designed as part of our master plan to host this child care, which would be positioned at the southwest corner of the parking ramp, maintaining as much of that parking as we can, but also associated with the delivery of and pickup of roughly 100 children associated with healthcare and the Carver College of Medicine primarily. That project at this preliminary stage is estimated to be in the range of $7.5 to $10 million. And again, as a permission to proceed, we will study that, design that, and bring that back to the Board of Regents for the design and the budget approval. The third project, and these projects are project descriptions and budgets. The third one is what we are referring to as the arena parking ramp. It's the second of the 2 parking ramps that we have associated with UI healthcare and the parking needs in that very complex and congested part of our campus. This project would build a 1,259 space parking ramp on the site that is currently the dental science parking lot between it and Carver Hawkeye Arena. The cost for this project is, as submitted, $96 million for the project cost, is the same cost per space, per parking space, as was the approved and nearly complete within the month operating Hawkeye parking ramp. It is 28% larger, and in addition to its larger size, we are also, by virtue of this ramp, doing the reconfiguration of the parking lots that surround it, which include, as dental science is not just teaching and a laboratory space, but also a clinical facility for us, the clinic services to dental science. And it will serve as a healthcare benefit for staff serving the patients of Iowa and dental science, but also a secondary benefit of having 1,200 spaces directly across the street from Carver Hawkeye Arena for parking that would be associated with events in Carver Hawkeye Arena. That project will start as soon as construction will allow. It's very complex with the parking there. We have to open the Hawkeye ramp and shift parking and spaces and permits, and then we'll start the construction on this project. It is, as we have described to our Board of Regents, to you on each of the projects as we've delivered it, and it was the case as this project began with permission to proceed. This will be a construction management at risk project with Conlon Construction, as was selected. The fourth project, the Iowa Memorial Union, modernized the building phase 1. This is the project that we have been studying, working on designing with our consultants following Board of Regents permission to proceed and the approval by the Board of Regents for a student fee to support this project, which has been in place since the 2023-24 academic season. Renovates 120,000 square feet of space and the systems that are very outdated in this century-old building. I say century-old, originally constructed in 1925 and then added on to in various stages in the 1950s. It would address roughly $55 million in deferred maintenance. And it is a project that includes multiple phases to allow for the building to continue to be operated while we work on it, with the intent, based on the scheduling of this proposal, to begin that first phase of construction in April, with several phases after that, all coordinated. It is a project that is funded by and with our students, with the student fee, and also a $6 million contribution from student health, which would move into the building, be relocated to the building from that aforementioned West Lawn. West Lawn and the daycare are the last two real occupants of student health and daycare of West Lawn, and would effectively empty that building at that point. $81.4 million project with those contributing funding partners. The fifth project, budget description or design and budget, is the Mayflower Residence Hall renovation of the first floor of the building, which is the public floor of that building, built in 1968 as one of our residence halls on Dubuque Street. The $2.4 million project will allow for us to expand and modernize the spaces that we believe are success-oriented for the students that live in that hall, which is the furthest away from our core campus. So upgrades to study spaces, to study lounges, to fitness space, to social spaces, cafe spaces, and others that allow for the students in that community to be more self-served by Mayflower, and also modernize some outdated spaces on that floor. The intent for that $2.4 million project is to be delivered this summer, beginning this summer, which is why we have and delivered during the summer, which is why we have the timing we have for that for this submittal. And then finally, the final project is a revised budget, and one you're all previously aware of, which is our at the Stead Family Children's Hospital, the challenges related to the window systems and the issues there. We have been prudent in replacing the windows that need to be for safety and operation purposes, but also tried to continue to monitor window systems to make sure we weren't replacing those that didn't need to be. In this case, this revised budget moves from the original 45 million to 52.5 million, which, as the description in the docket information indicates, the vertical slot windows that go 9 stories and connecting all the floors would need to be and would be added to this, effectively replacing all the windows except for those that are on the ground floor in the public space there that are being managed and monitored and without issue. So you can see the image in the information you have in the description. We would continue forth with the project to replace those windows and revise the budget accordingly. That represents the 6 projects the University of Iowa presents to you, and I'd be glad to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rod.
Certainly.
David, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, we're heading into, I think, a period of unprecedented uncertainty about federal funding in many ways. When I look at the IMU project, looks like that's a great project, but probably not a project that is immediately necessary. We did during COVID defer some projects because of the uncertainty at that time. Do you think that given the uncertainties about federal funding at the moment, it would be prudent to maybe postpone that for some short period of time?
Yeah, Regent Barker, thank you for the question. And you're right. And we're all experiencing a lot of changes right now in the period we're facing. A couple of observations, maybe a little history, but a couple of observations and maybe a take I would have on this. You're right. We did hold on some things related to uncertainties in COVID. And I go back even further. We had actually intended, because of the aging systems within the century-old building of the IMU, when we suffered the impacts of the 2008 flood and we're working with FEMA, we had actually received Board of Regents approval to do a fiscally prudent thing, which was, while the federal government was going to help us repair from the flood, we would take that moment of disruption to take care of a much needed series of deferred maintenance buy down and system upgrades and modernization. The federal government did not allow it, disallowed it, and actually said they'd take away the federal dollars if we tried to do work we wanted to do beyond the recovery. And we were directed to stop all work we might do in that building and defer it until complete closure, which was not until 2021 of the flood recovery system with the federal government. And it was really right after that, out of need, that we began the work on this project. It's been 16 years since we thought it was a prudent thing to repair those aging systems, and they're that much more aged and in challenge with us. That's one background I'd have. I think one clarification I would make on the funding sources for this: a lot of our projects span the range of both funding sources, but also impacts on our campus. Student life and housing and dining are an auxiliary bonded enterprise on our campus. And like athletics, like the hospital, like parking and transportation, in a sense, stand on their own bottom and their own budget and their own rates. And in this case, the partnership funds that have been established for this, the reserve from student health, which was established and collected and grew because student health knew they were in outdated space in West Lawn several years ago. But the student fee, not only is it not related to, we all have many concerns about the federal issues with research, indirect cost support, Medicaid, and the others that are being discussed. The bonded enterprise that is student life and housing and dining is independent of that, as would be this funding source. And in fact, this funding source, if it went another way, as a bonded enterprise, couldn't help the research or the healthcare side on those. So my initial reaction is it would be independent and based on this student fee is it really a funded project? It's an already established funded project through the
But
bond payment.
if we end up making cuts, there may be other uses for those student fee dollars that might be necessary.
Well, if they were established specifically for this project, the Regents would have to consider ending the student fee and establishing a different student fee for other general fund. They're independent of the general fund as a bonded enterprise. So they would be two different. It would be two different funding sources or student fee implications. This one was established for this project. That would be, Regent Parker, would be sort of my initial take or reaction to the fee-based issue.
Yes, Regent Hensley.
Follow-up question on the student fees.
Please.
The student fees now, have they already been collected? I see where they approved them and the students agreed to it. But my question would be, if they've already been collected and we have the money to go forward with the project, do we discontinue collecting those student fees? How does that work?
Yeah, Regent Hensley, again, thank you for the question. In 2023, the Board of Regents approved what is a $120 per semester for undergraduate and $100 per semester student fee for graduate professional students, akin to one that was done now more than 15 years ago for the Campus Recreation and Wellness Center. In projects of this scale, we borrow the funds, we have bonds to cover the cost to pay the contractors, and then over a period of that bond, and it is done in 20-25 year periods typically, we pay back those costs as a loan. The student fee is collected and scheduled to pay back those bonds, and approved in 2023. The 23-24 academic year was the first year those fees were collected. They continue to be collected and would through the duration of the payback of the bonds, which would be for the length of the payback of that bond.
And so what is the length of the bonds?
I don't know. I see David Keft's on. It is typically 25 years. And our CFO, Terry Johnson, works with our bond counsel to establish those, which you all review when we do those. My recollection of my assumption is it's 25-year bond. We have some that are delivered at 20 years.
It would be in that range, Rod. The bond sale would be coming up. It hasn't occurred yet.
So
The bond sale is associated with the construction contract and the delivery of the project, and are establishing the fund source to pay the contractors for the work. The fee is the source that will pay that back on an annual basis.
So the fee that you're collecting right now for that bond is really restricted specifically for that project. So once the bonds are paid off, then that fee is eliminated.
Yeah, at that, let's say 25-year period, the fee can be eliminated. There may be another cause for reason. The recreation center bond sale and the associated student fee actually had a more complex schedule that started lower, and then at a certain percentage went up to a rate. And they're done differently depending on the project. In this case, it's $120 per semester, $100 for graduate professionals, and the collection of that is the amount needed to pay the bonds on an annual basis for the duration of the project, or the duration of the payback.
Yeah, Regent Bates.
Yes, correct me, Rod, if I'm wrong, but it seems like that the student fee was student-driven by the students wanting the wellness, or was that just the mental health piece?
No, you are correct, Regent Bates. It was student-driven, and that's not unlike the Campus Recreation and Wellness Center, and other universities that advance these kinds of all-student, if you will, between-class projects, between being in a classroom projects. And in this case, absolutely, the students had worked on this for a number of years and came to resolution, agreement to propose through the university, through President Wilson, through our team, to the Regents, the fee that would allow for the student union to be modernized.
Just thinking about rough numbers, so what, $120 a semester, 20,000 students, you got something like $4.8 million a year. So that services the $81 million in debt. Sounds like at 4% interest, maybe 25, 30
Yeah,
years.
minus the roughly $6 million contribution from the reserve, which is a cash reserve from student health, which helps soften the edge of that. But you're exactly right, Regent Barker.
Okay, so we're going into debt about $80 million, counting on those student fees for the next 25, 30 years.
That's right. That's right. Just as we did with the Campus Recreation and Wellness Center.
Any other questions for Rod? Okay, thank you, Rod.
Absolutely. Thank you, Regent Reiswick.
Iowa State, Sean.
Good morning. Thank you. Iowa State has 3 items on the Capital Register for the committee's consideration. The first is permission to proceed with project planning for improvements in our Black Engineering building. Currently, the departments of Mechanical Engineering and Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering occupy Black Engineering building. The Department of Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering will be moving into the new Turkelson building this summer, and Mechanical Engineering would like to plan for renovating the vacated 12,000 square feet of the Black Engineering building. The planned renovation would include research labs, offices, and support spaces. The renovation will support research, provide capacity for enrollment growth, and will address necessary environmental health and safety upgrades in the space. The estimated project budget is between 12.6 and 14.2 million and is expected to be funded through private giving. The delivery method will be design, bid, build. This second project we have on the register is project description and budget for the parking lots 2023 pavement preservation project. This project includes the concrete reconstruction of the paving lots, the sidewalk restoration, and lighting improvements in 3 of our central campus parking lots. We'll also make improvements in utilities in this area, including repairing a section of our steam tunnel, upsizing power line conduits, and increasing the water line service capacity to Physics Hall and the Zaffarano Physics Edition. The project budget is 2.7 million. Funds will come from our parking system and utility system funds, and the delivery method is design, bid, build. Our third item is also a project description and budget, and it's for a remodel of the Human Nutritional Science building to accommodate a new textiles science teaching lab. Our existing textile science teaching lab has been displaced due to the demo and reconstruction work of LeBaron Hall. We propose to remodel approximately 2,400 square feet in the Human Nutritional Sciences building to house the lab. The project plan includes interior space remodeling, some minor demolition of the current interior space, constructing new walls, updating finishes, and some minor mechanical and electrical work to accommodate these improvements. The new textile science teaching lab will host courses required for undergraduate apparel, merchandising, and design program, as well as support graduate student research. This remodel will co-locate the teaching lab with our current textile science research lab. The budget is 2.3 million and will be funded through private giving, and the delivery method will be design, bid, build.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions for Sean?
One question.
Yes, Regent Hensley?
On the private fundraising, what is the policy? Do you have all the funds in hand? Are those pledges? How does that work?
Regent Hensley, thank you for that question. I think that can be varied depending on each project. In this case, we have the commitments in hand. I believe we have the large portion of the funds in hand, but I'm happy to get what the total we have back to the board.
But we actually have commitments for all of the funds that would be needed for the construction, correct?
To move forward. Correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Sean? I have one question, Sean, on the pavement preservation. Is that all parking lot? Are there any DOT roads or intersections involved with that where we might use DOT funding?
My understanding is this work is all parking lots and again, the utility systems and adjacencies for those systems that are in the areas of the parking lots
Okay, thank you.
would not be improving roads.
Regent Barker.
I'm sorry, could I go back to Rod for a second?
Yes.
Just on the Mayflower, does this mean that we're really not selling Mayflower? I mean, like in the foreseeable future?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Okay.
it does. And we've had, and I don't mean to lengthen the answer. Maybe the short answer is you are right.
Okay.
I think it's we've seen strong enrollment, steady and strong enrollment, and we see service need if we can improve that hall, which this starts to do for all of the residents there. If we can improve it and work on it, we intend to maintain it.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Any other questions for Sean or Rod? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sean. University of Northern Iowa, Michael Hager, please.
Good morning. The University of Northern Iowa is requesting approval of a schematic design, project description, and budget for a court practice facility. The board previously approved project planning for this facility in February of 2024. This is a companion facility to the McLeod Center, so it's important to talk about the use of the McLeod Center so that we can understand the need for the court practice facility. The McLeod Center is the competition venue for 4 sports: men's basketball, women's volleyball, and men's wrestling. Men's basketball over time is consistently in the top 3 of the conference. We're there again this year. We've got the winningest coach in the conference history. We had the largest attendance in the arena for men's basketball within the last couple weeks against our game against Drake. Women's basketball over time is also consistently in the top 3. It also has the winningest coach in conference history. And the women on the team are well known for maintaining high performance in the classroom as well as on the court. Volleyball consistently recruits Iowa girls and coaches them up to be a top 25 team in the country. And again, this sport has the winningest coach in conference history. Wrestling, currently number 4 in the country, set an arena record with our match against ISU in the past few weeks. This is all done in the McLeod Center that has 1 court that is used for this competition. In addition, it is this court that is used for practice by 3 of those 4 sports. So in addition to it being a performance venue, McLeod serves as a practice facility as well. However, there's insufficient quality practice space, and these sports have been using some courts in the Recreation Wellness Center. These courts work great for recreation space, but they are not competition quality, and it also takes time away from the general student body use. As a result, UNI is proposing moving forward with the court practice facility to allow for additional competition quality space for men's basketball, women's basketball, and women's volleyball. This is a 27,000 square foot facility estimated at $14 million project that would be constructed immediately south of McLeod Center to allow for shared use of spaces in the McLeod and avoid construction of redundant spaces such as locker rooms. This is a design bid build project that will be funded entirely with gift funds. It will have an operating and maintenance cost of approximately $81,000. As you can see at the bottom of page 4, there are 2 courts in the facility that would hold full-size basketball and full-size volleyball. As you can see on the bottom of page 5, the next page over, the courts are slightly oversized to allow for turning smaller half-court sideways to allow for twice as many hoops for basketball practice, and then additional striping on the floor to allow for volleyball standards and nets as well. So the planning is such that there are 4 different sets of stripes on the floors to allow for enhanced practices for each of the sports. This is an efficient and well-designed court facility. The architecture and planning firm of RDG out of Des Moines has been exceptionally helpful in this design process. In addition, there's a small training room, strength and conditioning space, restroom, and storage to accommodate the flexibility programmed in the building. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions? Yes, Regent Rouse.
Thank you. I see the source of funds is the UNI Foundation and gifts. I'm curious about the ongoing costs of maintenance for the facility. Where will that money come from?
That will come from the athletic operating account.
Okay. In the future, could we have that included? I think the other projects as well. That would be helpful with all three universities, to be able to see where the ongoing costs come from as well.
Will do.
Michael, let me just add that we did add that information late in the game, and that's on me, but the cost, the annual operating and routine maintenance cost is $81,000 per year. So.
That's Regent Parker.
For wrestling, part of this is replacing West Gym, right?
Volleyball did do some practicing in the West Gym. So yeah, some of this practice facility is needed to help replace some of that as well.
And, but you said that men's wrestling will be in here also, did you say, or not?
Not in the practice facility. They do have the McLeod Center as their performance facility,
Okay, got it. Okay.
their competition.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Michael. We have one more item on the agenda for the property and facilities, some institutional easements or agreements, leases and easements with Iowa State. So Sean Reeder, please.
Thank you. We have two easements for you today. The first easement is located on South 16th Street. This aligns with the other related easements granted in September of 2024 for a roadway easement with the city of Ames as part of the project to widen the South 16th Street. As part of the design work in that project, the city identified a need to relocate our electrical distribution lines on the property. Those lines do provide electrical services to the university. This easement will allow for them to be moved within that ongoing work. The second easement is located on the intersection of State Avenue and Highway 30. A guy pole and down wires at the intersection require replacement. This line is a component of the city's high voltage transmission system, which runs along State Avenue and US Highway 30. The system provides electrical service to our facilities, and an easement is needed for them to complete the work.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Any questions on these easements? Okay, thank you, Sean. Any other items to come before the Property and Facilities Committee? Regent Parker.
If we were to table the IMU, what would be, would you need a motion from a committee member to table that item, or?
If the committee would like to entertain anything other than moving the item forward with a recommendation to approve by general consent, we can certainly entertain a vote. A reminder that only the Regent members of the committee are eligible to vote. And I would also remind you that any vote of the committee, because it is simply a subgroup of the board, is simply a recommendation to the full board.
Right.
But yes, there is a methodology in the policy manual for standing committees to vote on items if there is not, if there is any objection or desire to do so.
Okay.
Is it,
So I would move to have a separate vote on that one?
Certainly, you could, at this time, and happy to take a brief recess if we need to just make sure we have the process in order.
but let's do that just to make sure we're.
But
Take a
that's-
brief recess.
Okay, Regent Barker.
All right. So I move that we approve, recommend all items by general consent to the full board except for the IMU project. I move that we table that item and recommend that the board table that item.
And as part of the Property Facility Committee, I vote yes on that as well. Regent Crayburn is absent, so we will recommend everything on the consent agenda with the exception of the IMU, which we will table for a later discussion. Anything else to come before the board? Okay, hearing nothing else, the Property and Facilities Committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move right into the Academic Affairs Committee, and we'll call that meeting to order. And first, I'd like to add my welcome to Regent Gipple to the Academic Affairs Committee. It's nice to have student representative finally on the committee. Our first item of business is approval of the Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes from November. Are there any changes? If none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Next item is a new program request from Iowa State University Provost Keith. Can you share your request on that?
Good morning. Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer, and welcome to Regent Gipple. Iowa State proposes a bachelor's degree in integrated health sciences as part of the university's Degrees of the Future initiative. This degree will bring together multiple colleges, including agriculture and life sciences, health and human sciences, liberal arts and sciences, to prepare graduates for a broad spectrum of health-related careers while addressing unmet needs in the healthcare landscape and workforce. 5 distinct tracks have been developed for students that leverage Iowa State courses and faculty expertise across the life sciences, behavioral and social sciences, data science, and the humanities. The science of health and disease, human health and nutrition, data science and human studies, public policy, ethics, communication, and human health, and behavioral and mental health studies. Healthcare occupations continue to be in high demand, both due to growth in the sector and to workforce shortages. As noted in the docket item, these occupations are expected to grow by 15% between 2021 and 2031. Interest for the degree is strong. Interviews with prospective students, current students in related fields, and parents of students in pre-health disciplines helped us structure the curriculum for this new program, which offers a high degree of academic flexibility and personalization to students' professional goals. While any multidisciplinary degree like this will have some overlap and coursework programming with the other Regents institutions, there's widespread agreement that more professionals are needed for Iowa's health workforce. As a result, the proposed degree has received the support of both Iowa and UNI, which we appreciate. Among other institutions, there are programs that offer similar tracks to our proposal. Drake has a BS in health sciences that also focus on business proficiency and healthcare management. Mercy College of Health Sciences offers a BS in health sciences that serves as a traditional pre-med track. And Loras College has a BS in health sciences that is not as broad as our proposal. As shown in the docket item, we expect an initial enrollment of 35 students in the new major, growing quickly to 325 in 7 years. There are no additional costs to offer this program. Faculty and facilities are already in place. Ongoing instructional costs, including the creation of 3 new courses, will be supported by tuition revenue from students enrolled in the program. Pending board approval, we would like to begin offering the program in fall 2025.
Are there any questions for Provost Keith? Okay, hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of your request. Thank you. Do you want to move into item 3, which is a request for a suspension and a termination for 2 programs at Iowa State.
Yes, thank you. Iowa State requests permission to suspend admissions to its doctoral program in rural, agricultural, technological, and environmental history. The Department of History requests a 5-year sunset period, which includes officially suspending admissions this fall and graduating the program's remaining students over the next 2 to 5 years. As noted in the docket item, enrollments in the program have fluctuated in recent years and have been limited by the availability of assistantship funding. The department notes that suspending the program will reduce costs by $110,000 annually and contribute to the department meeting its budget target through the Reimagining LAS initiative. Iowa State also requests permission to terminate its interdisciplinary master's program in transportation offered by the Department of Civil Construction and Environmental Engineering. This program was initially developed to attract students from outside the engineering college, but has not produced the expected number of applicants. There are currently no students enrolled in this program. Students in the College of Engineering may continue to identify a specialization in transportation engineering as part of a BS in civil engineering. There is little impact to workforce or finances as staff working on multiple degree programs and classes in this area continue to be offered to engineering majors. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Provost Keith about these 2 requests?
Jim? Yeah.
Yes, Regent Barker.
So would you say that you've seen declining student demand for these 2 programs? They've been otherwise supported, but you've generally seen declining demand?
Thank you for that question, Regent Barker. As was noted, there's 0 enrollments in the master's degree in transportation, and there's still options for students that have an interest in transportation. With regard to the history program, they have a small enrollment right now, and that's why we request a 5-year period so that we can graduate the students that are in that program and then move forward from there.
But it's, you just don't see the demand. It's not neglect from the university that's caused these to decline. It's just that there isn't a lot of student demand for them. Is that a fair statement?
I would agree with that statement, Regent Barker.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Hearing no other concerns, the committee will recommend approval of both of these requests. Thank you. Next item is a request from Iowa State to award 2 honorary degrees. Would you like to share the details on that, please?
Yes, thank you. Iowa State requests approval for 2 honorary degrees that would be awarded during our spring commencement ceremonies. The nominations are supported by the university's faculty senate, including its honorary degree committee and executive board, President Linterstein, and myself. The first is Larry Buss, who is nominated for an honorary doctorate of sciences in recognition for his achievements in engineering and agriculture and his advocacy for farmers and for rural communities. As highlighted in the docket item, Larry was raised on a farm in Monona County on the west side of our state. He received a bachelor's degree from Iowa State in agricultural engineering and a master's degree from the University of Nebraska before joining the U.S. Navy and later serving as a hydraulic engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. While serving our state and our nation, he was also innovating on the farm as a pioneer in no-till farming and using cover crops to protect our precious soil and preventing more than $150 million in damage to communities during the Missouri River flood in 2011. For all these achievements and for more that are listed in your materials, Iowa State nominates Larry Buss for this honorary degree. The second request is for John Robinson, who is nominated for an honorary doctorate of science for his extraordinary achievements in music. John, or JR, is recognized as the most recorded drummer in the history of music. a graduate of Creston High School, he formed his own band at the ripe old age of 10 and was even playing with the Tommy Dorsey Band in high school. Since then, JR has played on 30 different #1 songs during his career, not to mention 60 Grammy-winning albums, and his contributions have been streamed over 1 trillion times on digital platforms. He is a member of the Iowa Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, as well as one of my favorites, the Rock Gods Hall of Fame. JR has been instrumental, pun intended, in drumming innovations, as well as drumming up support for philanthropic causes. In recognition of these achievements, Iowa State nominates John Robinson for the honorary degree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Provost Keith?
That was trillion. Did I hear that right?
Yes, 1 trillion.
Regent Ricewicke.
I just want to know if we're going to set up a drum set at commencement for him and hear a little solo.
We will ask our registrar's office to see if that's possible, but we would need to talk to the drummer himself.
Yeah, very, very interesting man. So very.
I really enjoyed doing the research on this, and I welcome others to pursue that as well.
Question, and
Regent Hensley.
for Rachel. Now, we have the honorary degrees for Iowa State. Is there a specific period of time each year that this comes forward for the other universities?
We review them whenever, at any point in time. There's no set time when the institutions must bring them forward. So as they arise and are working through their internal approval processes, when it's prepared, and in planning processes for commencement, that can happen. Sometimes it's for a winter commencement, sometimes it's for the spring commencement. So it can vary.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay. Hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of both of these honorary degrees request. And congratulations to Mr. Buss and Mr. Robinson. Next item on the agenda are a couple of termination requests from the University of Iowa. Provost Kriegel, do you have the details here?
I'm going to defer to Associate Provost Udenholman to describe those closures.
Thank you. The University of Iowa College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is requesting to terminate the Bachelor of Arts in American Studies due to low enrollment. As noted in the docket, the largest number of American Studies majors in the past 5 years was in academic year 21 with 13 students. In fall 2024, only 6 students were enrolled in the major. Students who are currently enrolled in the major will be able to finish their program of study. Workforce needs in the state are not expected to be impacted. The impact on resources will be minimal, and although the major will be discontinued, a number of its courses are cross-listed with other programs of study and will continue to be available for students to select within those majors. Any cost savings will be returned to the college. The College of Liberal Arts and Sciences also is requesting to terminate the Bachelor of Arts in Social Justice due to declining enrollments and faculty departures. The largest number of social justice majors in the past 5 years was recorded in fall 21 at 55 students. In fall 24, only 24 students were enrolled in the major. Additionally, due to the departure and retirement in 2022 of 2 faculty members who proposed and implemented the major, the BA in Social Justice has been challenged by staffing shortages. The college chose not to replace those faculty members due to pressing needs in other departments. The department has been relying on adjunct faculty to teach required courses or improvising a teaching format which relies largely on guest lectures, which is not sustainable. Therefore, given the declining enrollments and lack of primary faculty to teach, it is not sustainable to continue the major. Students who are currently declared in the major will be able to finish their program of study. Workforce needs in the state are not expected to be impacted. It's anticipated that a modest amount of overall cost savings will result from reduced expenses for adjunct faculty and guest lectures. Any cost savings will be returned to the college. I'm happy to answer any questions about either of these.
Okay, any questions? Regent Barker?
Yeah, same question as before. This is a result of declining student interest and faculty interest, not any kind of neglect of these programs on the part of the university. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Thanks.
Regent Hensley.
Thank you very much. And just for information, I'm sure we've all gotten quite a few emails from various students. And I would just like to make sure that students understand that this has gone through a specific process that's outlined. That's not something that is taken lightly. And I know there was reference in some of the letters that we received that the students didn't feel that there had been a fair process that it had gone through. So I think it's important that we indicate that it has been followed. It would be helpful, I believe, on this information if we had more specific financial impact of the program. It's really very vague and very general. The fact that we're not replacing 2 faculty in the social justice. And I know I did talk and get some information from Rachel regarding faculty from other programs that are coming in and teaching. But I think when we have issues like this, it's always helpful if we can have very specific details. So I would appreciate that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Barker.
And I know this was originally part of another proposal involving other departments. I think it would be great if we could get information on enrollment trends in those departments also.
I had a question about the numbers that were provided in your report here with regard to the number of completions on your chart there. How is that figured? Is that over a particular span of time, or is that just quantified in the spring, the number of graduates?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, when we look at completions, we actually look at the entire academic year. So as you know, degrees are conferred, across the academic year. And when we're looking at completions, we're taking all of those into account.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of both of your requests. Next item is we'll receive a report from Rachel Boone, our Chief Academic Officer, for the annual program review. Rachel.
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer. In the docket is this annual report on program review. This is in alignment with Board Policy 3.6, denoting that all academic programs shall be reviewed at least every 7 years. Sometimes it's more often. There are also very common mid-cycle updates at each of the institutions, as well as additional annual reports that they receive within their academic administration. There were 28, I believe, broad programs that were reviewed as part of this 2023-24 report. Just a few highlights. Placement rates are quite strong across the full complement of those reported on this year. Enrollments were a little soft in some areas, and many of them referred to the various ways that they're working on shoring that up or addressing those issues. Variety of curriculum updates have been reflected in these reports in order to address workforce needs. And often they are taking many efforts, even through the curriculum, to ensure students have a pathway to a timely graduation. I do know as well, I want to mention there's legislative interest in program review related issues. We've seen some bills this year. Our existing program review process does require all reviews to include information on workforce outcomes of their graduates. However, we also have later in the docket today the Workforce Grant Incentive Program as well, where we've done a lot of work to show where the high demand jobs match up with a lot of the programs that we have at the institution. So we can see a lot of strong alignment there with those high demand job areas, both in these annual reviews that we receive, as well as in that work that we do for that grant program. So that is my brief report, but I'm happy to take questions, or we can also direct them to our institutional colleagues.
Any questions on her report? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to the annual distance education report, assisted by Dr. Zielinski and Dr. Vanderzanden, maybe.
Thank you. And I will start, and I want to share some general highlights, and then Dr. Vanderzanden will step in for sure with a little bit of additional information. So we have seen some good growth, even in relation to pre-pandemic levels. We kind of saw a rebalancing, I would say, last year from the surge of necessary online delivery that we had in order to get through the pandemic. So we're now I would say, stabilizing that rebalancing. That's a lot of weird descriptive words to use in order, but it is still above pre-pandemic levels. So it appears to be a new normal, if you will. Online courses continue to serve a really large number of on-campus students. This is a very common way for students to fill out their schedules and give themselves flexibility for their work obligations or their internships or their various activities that they have. But we do also find enrollments from every single county in the state of Iowa in our credit programs. So this emphasizes that even communities that are quite distant often from our campuses are able to get access to Regent University programs and opportunities to develop and grow their own skill sets through that. I will note also in Western Iowa, we have there's a bit on there on the Western Iowa Regents Resource Center. A lot of good successful efforts there giving face-to-face advising support for students who may be in our online programs and transferring from the community colleges in Western Iowa into our online programs, but they get some face-to-face support through that, as well as at times scholarship support through Western Iowa Regents Resource Center. So that's a really strong resource. And I would add that Steve Warnstad, who runs that on behalf of the board, he does a really exceptional job as well of trying to get community programming from the Regent universities to the communities in Western Iowa. He's got examples of programs he's brought to Harlan and to Sheldon and to Creston, Council Bluffs, and he works really hard to make sure that the community also gets the benefit of some of the resources of the universities. Finally, non-credit delivery is a significant thing that happens from all three campuses. The areas are food and egg safety, there are teacher professional development things, healthcare certifications, many things that do a lot to also serve the workforce, but are often in that non-credit bearing space. And as well as a lot of other more community-oriented enriching opportunities. You see 4-H is a big piece of it, but there are many others as well. And I would like Anne-Marie Vanderzanden maybe is going to share a little example with us regarding master gardeners and other things. So Anne-Marie, if you wouldn't mind piping in on that.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Good morning to the members of the Board of Regents. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about the Master Gardener program. I'm sure that many of you are already familiar with the non-credit programming we've been doing through the Iowa State University Extension and Outreach for over 150 years. But as a follow-up to Rachel's presentation, I'd like to highlight the Master Gardener program as just one example of the non-credit programming we do and the impact that it has on Iowa. So the Master Gardener program is active in 85 counties in Iowa, and this past year had nearly 2,000 active volunteers. In 2024, there were 293 volunteer hours that these 2,000 volunteers reported. And we know that number is underreported because not all of our volunteers record all of the hours that they do. That's not why they get involved in the program, is to track their hours. They get involved to make an impact in their local communities. But if we take that over 100,000 volunteer hours, the total dollar value of that volunteer service is just under $3.3 million. It's a really significant investment and impact that those volunteers are having in their community. And it's through their service that they reached over 207,000 Iowans to answer their home horticulture and gardening questions and to provide fresh produce to local food pantries. And that's really the one I want to talk a little bit more about today. That Fresh Produce Initiative was designed to support Iowans who are experiencing food insecurity throughout the state. The program is called the Growing Together Iowa Mini Grant Program, and it covers about 30% of the state. Some of the funding for this initiative comes from the USDA SNAP-Ed program, It is a joint venture between the Agriculture and Natural Resources Extension Service, that's where the Master Gardener program sits, as well as the Health, Family, and Human Sciences Extension Service. So in 2024 alone, the Growing Together Iowa program generated 103,320 pounds of produce that was donated to local food pantries. That's 51.7 tons of produce. Say that again, 51.7 tons of produce. That produce was harvested, cleaned, and delivered to the local food pantries throughout the summer. I would say, as a horticulturist, if we had a longer growing season, that number would be even higher. So that's just one example of the impact that the Master Gardener program is having across the state. And that's just one small example of the overall non-credit efforts that Iowa State University has across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. And Ann Zelinsky was unable to join us today after all. She was also, though, as we were preparing for this today, noting that the Master Gardener program, she works at the University of Iowa, and she lives out in a smaller town outside of Iowa City. And she was noting how she has seen it have a really significant impact in her community outside of Iowa City even. And so this is a really great program that is having again, in that non-credit space, but having a significant impact on communities all over the state. So if anybody has questions, Anne Marie is our resident expert.
I'm just going to make a comment along the same lines, Rachel. I have seen it in our Greene County, and what that has done for our food pantry is tremendous. Our need at the food pantry has increased tenfold in the last year, and the amount of people, I'm sure, do not record their volunteer hours that grow and take. So it's a great program. Thank you. I just had to give you a little bit of a pat on the back. That's great.
Here's my 2 cents too then. Yes, Dubuque County, very good, loves that program. I went through it last year online myself, and although I'm not a master gardener, found it very interesting and very good information. So keep up the good work there.
Any other questions, Regent Barker?
So the distance education, the growth numbers are really impressive, and that map is amazing. It's showing the reach. But we're growing these programs in addition to our offerings, right? I mean, there's still plenty of in-person courses. Students still have the option, but this gives them additional options. It's not taking away from in-person instruction, right? I mean, our online growth in general.
Yeah, and so yes, I think that's right. It's in addition to, as I noted, the flexibility provided to students who are local, sometimes choosing that. And I think there probably is some distinction between graduate programs and undergraduate programs in that regard. I know Tanya, Anne Marie, Kevin, Jose, any of you are welcome to speak up if you have a sort of a better answer to Regent Barker's question.
No, I would concur with your assessment, Rachel. I know at the undergraduate level, given that, as we know, many of our students work both on and off campus, and I think sometimes being able to take one of their courses online in addition to having their in-person classes really makes a positive difference for them. And it allows them to stay on track to graduate in 4 years.
And I would add from Iowa State, one of the outcomes of the distance education study that the Board of Regents did a couple of years ago was the development of our Iowa State online unit. And that group is working very strategically to identify new audiences and new degree programs that we can offer that will generate additional enrollments, but certainly not with the intention of taking away from our outstanding residential experiences that our students have. And we use our undergraduate online offerings very similar to what Tanya was just saying, to add students flexibility so they can stay on track to degree completion.
Yes, I was on that task force. It's great to see this progress.
I just have a question. Do you see this as becoming the norm for students the longer we have these students that are used to the online, using it as supplement?
As somebody with teenagers,
Yes.
I will say they're still hungry for in-person, and I think that our campuses all acknowledge that.
With the hybrid.
Yes, but they are very adept. The high schools are using online learning platforms. So the students are very adept at working in that space, and they're busy. Students are busy, and so they do like flexibility. So I think, so yes, I do think it is a change in student choices and behaviors and what they like. And frankly, you're hearing my opinions now. But I think part of what, with weather, we live in Iowa, right? Sometimes in the winter, last few weeks, right? We've had reasons, and it was really nice for the school, again, speaking of my teenagers, to have some flexibility. I think the universities have been able to take advantage of that flexibility at times too with when weather events occur.
Yeah.
If I could add, I would also say, as a student myself, I think online courses as a whole offer a lot of flexibility that a lot of students appreciate, and it doesn't take away from the experience. I have several peers that do a little bit of both, and it still adds to the experience. Because they're working with technology, but they're also getting that face to face. So I feel that both of those pieces are important, and I feel I could also say that people and students do crave that face to face, especially with how many hands-on majors there are. But
I would add that, and David and Nancy might remember this too, when we served on that task force, that our faculty have become very adept also. The students are no doubt, they're typically ahead of us on these games, but the faculty have become adept. And you might recall, we made some recommendations about expansion in that area and sharing between regions, which at the time seemed insurmountable. But it was one of the positives that came out of COVID, is that it necessitated that we make those changes. And as a result, it's expanded greatly. So if there is a positive from an infection, that was one of them. Any other questions or comments?
Regent Lindmeyer, I just add one more thing with what you said. There's a little bit in the report about this, but I want to emphasize what a piece from what you just said. Our staff that sort of support online education at each of the 3 institutions over the last 2 to 3 years have really developed some great connections with each other. So in terms of the faculty becoming more adept, a lot of that is because the work the universities do together on professional development of their staff to help build up the faculty capacity. And so that, I think there's a brief mention maybe of that in this report, but it is probably a much more important factor that bears some emphasis, that the universities have really collaborated very nicely in ensuring that all of their staff who work in instructional technology are constantly staying on top of the new and emerging opportunities in that space, because there are many, as you might, as in any technology area. So I kudos to the institutions for a lot of the work they're doing on that enables exactly what you just said.
Great. Thanks, Rachel. Any other comments? Okay, in light of these accepted reports on today's agenda, I want to take the privilege as chair to just share a couple of observations and comments. That there were requests for program terminations today, and there was a request for a new proposal for a new program. And I've mentioned from time to time after these reports that I appreciate the universities looking inward and making these tough decisions. It's really labor intensive, and it's difficult from a personal point of view of those people involved. And I have to confess to a bias that when I came onto the board, I'd worked in the community college system for 34 years, and we preached about how responsive that system is to workforce needs, and it is. However, I've become very impressed with the Regents institutions and how they employ the use of advisory councils from the private sector and how responsive they are to workforce and enrollment needs. I asked Rachel for some statistics before today's meeting, and since September of 2015, our 3 universities have closed 67 programs, and there are a handful right now that have admission suspensions as they evaluate their viability. It's important for an institution to change and prune programs that are no longer needed. This is hard to do, as I mentioned. In addition, they've added 88 new programs over that same period, demonstrating their nimbleness in responding to their market and workforce needs. That takes work, introspection, and dedication. And I want to express my appreciation for the work that our Regents universities and the Regents office is doing. Most of our citizens don't know that our Regents universities are under constant audit from the state auditor's office. They conduct regular program reviews on a daily basis, for which we pay in excess of $1 million annually. You will hear a report on this process today, as we do at our regular Regent meetings. These reviews are in addition to the internal annual program evaluations that are done by the universities and the regular accreditation reviews from a bevy of external accrediting agencies, not to mention the daily evaluations done by students as they vote with their feet. A fair amount of scrutiny for sure. There are currently bills in the Senate and the House regarding program review and workforce alignment. I believe this is already being done, but it will advantage the universities to work with the board office to do such a review and identify these alignments. Sharing this compiled information with the board next fall will provide an opportunity to better inform the public and elected officials about the full complement of academic programs and the university efforts to keep them relevant. As you grow older, you tend to reflect a bit on family, work, and life in general. And I'm in that arena now. This is my 50th year working in post-secondary education. I've consulted on federal educational programs in approximately 20 states and been involved in higher ed programmatic partnerships in Japan, Spain, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. I say this humbly, as it doesn't mean at all that I necessarily know a lot, as I'm reminded daily from my wife and my 2 daughters. But I have seen a lot. I would not trade Iowa's higher ed system for any that I've seen anywhere. That being said, there is no institution, big or small, public or private, educational or otherwise, that is without inefficiencies. I know as a fact that we currently have 3 great presidents with very dedicated and competent administrative teams, and there is strong faculty on every campus. I am confident that our Regent universities will stand up well to and learn from any objective scrutiny that comes their way. Any questions or comments on today's report? Okay, thank you. Hearing no other questions or comments, this meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee is adjourned.
I think we'll take a 30-minute break now for lunch and thank you for your comments. Very well said.
Okay. I'm a stickler on time, so I'm trying to keep us on task. Good afternoon. This meeting is called to order. Before we begin, I especially also want to welcome Regent Gipple. And is she on? I'm just trying to, oh, yep, I see her now. Okay, great. We are so excited to have you on the board. And as a former student regent, it truly is an amazing opportunity, and we look forward to working with you in the future. And who knows, maybe in another 10 to 15 years, you'll be back as a regent like me. So first we'll call roll call. I'm President Regent Lucy Gipple.
Present.
And Regent Linda Meyer is present as well. All right.
Here.
Yep, thank you. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the November 6th meeting. Are there any changes? Seeing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. And I also was just going to make note that the agenda didn't have Regent Gipple's name on it. So I just want to make sure that that's noted in the minutes that she's in attendance. So our first item of business is the presentation of the Student Financial Aid Report. Jason Pontius will share the report with the committee and introduce our presenters. Thank you, Jason.
Regent Rouse, members of the board, good afternoon. Every year, the board office compiles a student financial aid report for your review. That you have that report in front of you. And after the presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that report. Now, for today's presentation, I've invited the directors of student financial aid from our 3 universities, and I'll let them introduce themselves. And so I'll go ahead and turn that over to Tim, I think, is starting it off.
Thanks, Jason. Hi, everyone. My name is Tim Bakula. I'm the Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at the University of Northern Iowa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brenna Basinski, the Director of Student Financial Aid at the University of Iowa.
Chad Olson, I'm the Director of Student Financial Aid at Iowa State University. And can we advance the slides, please? So I'm going to start off our discussion today by just looking at the continued sources of aid at the Iowa public institutions. And as in prior years, federal student aid support has continued to decrease while institutional resources have increased. And in fact, the 23-24 year marks the first time that those paths have actually crossed, and institutional aid has been a bigger support than federal student aid. Our institutions continue to receive additional resources from private and local and national sources. And we also saw in 23-24 an increase in state aid programs, mostly through the Iowa Workforce Grant Program. Next slide, please. And really what's happening in the state of Iowa is what we're also seeing throughout our financial aid profession across the nation. National aid federally continues to diminish. A lot of that is due to the diminished support for the campus-based programs, which are the federal work-study programs, and the federal supplemental educational opportunity grant. As those resources goes down, institutions have to find a way to help make up some of those shortfalls. And then, as we do as well in Iowa, receive support from state grants and public and private sources as well. Next slide, please. So we want to give a little update on the FAFSA with the switch to the new FAFSA model in the 24-25 season. As anticipated, the shift from the expected family contribution to the student aid index has resulted in more FAFSA filers receiving Pell Grants. And you can certainly see the gains we've received in Pell eligible FAFSAs that we've realized at all 3 of our institutions. And again, this reflects what the nationwide activity is, where right now the current data shows about a 12% increase nationwide in Pell eligible applicants throughout the country. Next slide, please. The story of the 24-25 FAFSA was lots of difficulties for students, for families, and for financial aid offices and many institutions. At Iowa State University, we just completed a 24-25 FAFSA for a student who had started it in January of 2024. So after 13 months and many direct conversations with top officials at the Department of Education, we were finally able to submit it last week, which was also the student's birthday. So it was a wonderful birthday present that we were able to complete that. Excuse me, in comparison, for 25-26 FAFSA completion cycle has gone much more smoothly so far since it opened at the end of November 24. The same student I spoke of, we were able to submit her 25-26 FAFSA very soon after it opened with no difficulties. So we continue to hope that as the FAFSA is implemented and any improvements are made over the next few years, that we continue to have a smoother rollout and better service for our students and their families. And now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Tim.
Thanks, Chad. Next slide, please. Over the next few slides, I'll be highlighting some net price data amongst all three Regent universities. While net price isn't a new term to most, I'll briefly touch on exactly what constitutes net price and how it's calculated. To calculate net price, you first need to have all components of the cost of attendance included. This would include tuition, fees, room, board, otherwise known as housing and meals, books, transportation, and personal expenses. Once the cost of attendance is established, you subtract grants and scholarships, leaving a net price to attend either of any of our universities. Each of our universities strive to create grant and scholarship opportunities that meet the needs of our students attending our colleges. It should also be noted that all colleges are required to offer a net price calculator to assist families in determining and understanding what their actual costs may be. This is featured on all of our financial aid homepages at all three Regent universities. Next slide, please. This chart represents the net price across various income levels for resident students is an average across all three Regent universities. This chart is also a reflection of our neediest students receiving the grants and scholarships they need to pay for college. So if you look at the first income section there, the $0 to $30,000, those students would pay on average $12,254 after grants and scholarships have been applied to their costs. As you continue across the slide, you see the net price, or across the screen, the net prices increase based on income level, which makes some sense there. The higher the income, the more students are paying out of pocket or through student loans. The total across all income levels on average is $18,660. Next slide, please. The last slide is probably the most impactful slide in the section that I'm covering today, which covers the net price that Iowa residents pay after grants and scholarships at each of the three Regent universities. You can kind of see them in comparison to the private colleges within the state. And oftentimes students, especially at this time of year, are going to be facing kind of decisions to make about where to attend. And if value and affordability is one of their first or second types of metrics, I think any of the three regions would win out. Obviously, there's merits to attending any of the colleges on the screen here if you're looking at a four-year university, but especially in terms of affordability and value, the Regents will win out every day. On average, the net price of a Regent institution is $6,000 less than that of a private institution's net price within the state of Iowa. While these are averages across the board, our financial aid offices consistently strive to meet the individualized needs of students and families that we serve. And with that, I'll pass it along to Brenda Bazitsky from Iowa. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about student debt. And what's important to first understand about this information is who the student population is. And the population are the students who enrolled as freshmen and then graduated at some point during the 23-24 academic year. So in most cases, perhaps they took 4 years to complete their degree, and this is the average amount of debt by these students. What's important to note here is that the average total debt has actually decreased compared to last year for students at all three of the Regent universities. And the amount of the debt ranges, of course, from 22 to 25 or 26,000, depending on the university, of course. But the good news here is the amount of debt has decreased at all three. Next slide, please. And what I want to recognize here, and again, it's the same student population, but I think the important thing again to recognize are two important metrics. One is that the average loan debt amount decreased in 23-24 as compared to last year at all three of the schools. And again, this is for undergraduate students who completed their BA degree at some point during the 23-24 academic year. Another important metric is not all students borrow while they're in college. And as you can see here, the percent of percent of residents borrowing will range anywhere from perhaps 50 to 57%. Or another way to look at it is 43 to 50% of our students graduate without any loan debt. And there are probably many reasons for this, but number one, I would attribute a lot of it to the financial aid wellness information and all the efforts going on at each campus to strive towards informing and educating students about the importance of financial literacy, the cash course in success that we all campuses have to abide by and provide for students. But there are a lot of efforts going on there with counseling and advising and providing good, sound financial and budgeting information to students. And on that note, we would be happy to answer any questions you might have. And of course, welcome to the new Regent, Lucy. Glad to have you on board.
Thank you for that report. I'll open it up. Are there any questions? Regent Hensley?
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the FAFSA discussion and the slide, because I think there's an opportunity for the Board of Regents here to weigh in. You've got Senator Grassley and Senator Ernst that are sponsoring revisions to the FAFSA that would be positive, very positive. So I would hope that we could figure out and be supportive, whether it's through lobbyists or even sending a letter on behalf of the Board of Regents, because this is something that has really been an issue for families, farm families, and small businesses. And they are working diligently to get the revisions made so that it doesn't impact our families.
What are the revisions?
What's happened are the assets, farmers' land and equipment has to be counted as income, whereas in the past it has not been. And it's not liquid, so it creates some issues for families qualifying for the various grants. And then small businesses are in the same situation.
Do the institutions have any comment? I was going to ask about that as well. The presenters, to see if they had any comment on any of that.
Yes. So a couple weeks ago, our national organization, NASFA, hosted a leadership event in Washington, D.C. And as part of that event, we did go and speak with our representatives and senators on Capitol Hill. So Brendan and myself, and we, Tim is also supportive of this at his institution, went and spoke to our representative and our delegation's aides to share our feelings and show our support for the initiative that Senator Ernst and Senator Grassley are backing.
Have you heard directly at the institutions of some of these? I mean, for me, the farm families or some of the small business, have you heard directly from students that that's a concern? I'm anticipating yes, but just curious for that comment.
I'll be honest, I was kind of surprised at Iowa State. I have not. I heard from a few families who had students affected by the no longer counting multiples in college. But that was minimal. But I believe Brenda has an example of the farm piece at her institution.
Yes, thanks, Chad. First of all, just to, yes, Regent Hensley, thank you for bringing that up. It's called the Family Farm and Small Business Exemption Act that is brought forward by Senator Ernst and endorsed by, of course, by Grassley and our other legislators. And basically I would call clean up and correct the definition of what needs to be reported on a FAFSA form for net assets. And so it would remove the fact that you have to report a family farm or a small business, the value of that and the machinery and so forth. So it's clarifying and better defining what actually should be reported for net assets on the FAFSA form. And yes, we did hear from some families who are from the farm and have unique situations, I would say. I think what the formula forgets sometimes is we have families with, you know, the family I'm thinking of has 7 children. It's a second marriage for both parents. I think 4 out of the 7 or 4 out of the 5 children are in college. And in fact, one was at Iowa State, one was at a community college in Northwest Iowa, and one here at Iowa. And when you take into consideration that now they had to report the value of their farm, coupled with the fact that no longer is it taken into consideration that you have multiple siblings in college, the family kind of went through what I would call a double-edged sword, where they were impacted negatively with both changes. So we work closely with the family, try to help mitigate some of the drastic change. And we wanted to help students somewhat bridge that gap when they were faced with this adverse situation. We also felt the timing of such changes for many students to be impacted negatively midstream through your college career was not the best time to have such a significant impact on their financial aid offer. So, so yes, we hear from students in both situations, and we are trying to do what we can help offset or minimize the amount of negative impact they've had. Thank you.
And I'll just add a little bit onto that too, agreeing with what Brenda and Chad have already shared. The transition from kind of the old FAFSA methodology to the new FAFSA methodology has been interesting to say the least. I think all of our colleges, we meet fairly routinely to talk through various scenarios that we're seeing on our campuses. But Brenda kind of hit on helping families navigate this change midstream. I was receiving this, and now because something changed on the FAFSA, I'm no longer receiving it. How do I stay enrolled? I'd like to say our staff here, and I'll speak for what when Iowa State do as well, really try to holistically look at the financial situations of families and determine what we can best do. The FAFSA does allow us as financially professionals to use professional judgment, and we'll often do that. But then even sometimes outside of that, like what types of policies do we have that we can work with students on to help ensure that they're going to be retained and graduate eventually?
No, that's great. Appreciate all the work that you do to walk through students and their families through that tricky process anyway. Are they working the multiples in college? Is that something that they're looking to change again, or that's not part of what's being proposed?
That's not part of what's being proposed as far as I understand and have read.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions? Regent Barker?
Sure. I was just looking at this chart showing federal aid over time. It's really a striking chart. I mean, the undergraduate aid cuts almost in half right over the last 10, 12 years. And that's before taking inflation into account. Is that right? That's just in nominal dollars, it cuts in half.
Yes.
And that's steady downward trend through Democratic and Republican administrations. But does that take account of federally subsidized, of subsidies on interest on student loans? Or is that it probably does not take account of that?
No, that's just aid dispersed, I believe. It does not include the subsidies of the interest. So it's irrelevant of fact if the student's receiving a subsidized or unsubsidized loan.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's irrelevant of the fact if the student's loan is subsidized or unsubsidized. It's not counting that interest amount in there.
So that chart might look different if you include the subsidies, might look, because that, has that increased over time?
I'm unsure what the composition of this between, the subsidized and unsubsidized loan programs. That's something we can look into and certainly provide you with an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Regent Lindenmeyer?
Now, what's your take on the reason for the increase in Pell eligibility?
I'll comment and then, of course, defer to Tim and Chad to comment. But what I've mostly seen here is the changes to the methodology is what had the most impact. The methodology looks at parents or families' AGI as a percentage of the poverty income level. And if it's at a certain percentage of that poverty income level, they will automatically qualify for what we call a maximum Pell Grant award of $7,395. That did not happen in the past. So we're seeing families who may be at this income threshold of, let's say, 60,000, approximately, family size of 4 with one in college, are now qualifying for maximum Pell Grant. And in the past, the methodology didn't work that way. It took their entire AGI and put it through a formula. And now it's a matter of what percentage of a poverty level, et cetera. And then it will even ignore assets if they automatically fall into this category of a maximum Pell Grant, meaning their income is a percentage of poverty threshold. So that's, I think, one big factor of this change of more students qualifying for the Pell Grant this year. We all will continue to research this and look at other ways or what other variables have contributed to this, but I'll defer to my colleagues if they want to also add.
I'll just add a little bit to that next. In addition to the neediest students receiving more financial aid or more Pell Grant, for instance, the Student Aid Index, which is the FAFSA result now, the SAI, that extends down to a negative 1,500. I'm sure some of this has been introduced maybe even last year. I can't remember the presentation exactly. So it's not only helped the neediest of students, which is great, but kind of where Brenda was going, we do see students high assets and low income. I'm thinking of some small businesses, actually, high assets, low income, adjusted gross income at least. They're receiving what's now known as a minimum Pell, which is $790 or somewhere in that range. So the percentages of Pell can be somewhat misleading. We've really had to work with our campus partners who might be looking at Pell as a metric to help with different programming, things of that sort. Pell isn't necessarily defined the same way, obviously, that it had been previously too. So all of us are kind of wrapping our head around it within the financial aid community to see the impacts of this going forward, let alone the Pell shortfall that people have widely reported over the last couple of weeks. So that's my take kind of real quickly.
And I'll just quickly add that it was an anticipated effect of the change in the federal formula that we would have across the country more students Pell eligible.
Regent Barker?
And how much of this aid depends in any way on merit, on like, grades, academic performance versus need, whether it's institutional or government?
Well, your federal Pell Grants and even your SCOG grant, it's all need-based, all based on completing the FAFSA. And as Tim mentioned, that Student Aid Index number. So that's all need-based.
All need, right. What about the institutional?
For example, at our institution, most of it's based on merit and some need. We have a combination of both, but in most cases, there is a little bit of a merit component to almost any need-based grant we may give also. We do have some requirements as far as, certain GPAs and so forth in order to be considered for what is need-based aid, but there's a slight merit component to it also.
So the merit portion is mostly a threshold that you meet before you're eligible for that. It's not a sort of sliding scale with merit.
There is a little bit of sliding scale, obviously. You know, if you have an extremely high academic profile and you also have a lot of significant financial need, you might receive what I would call a little bit larger amount of our need-based but also merit-based award, as opposed to a student maybe with a lesser academic profile that still has a lot of need. We're going to help them, of course, but it might not be just quite as large as an amount of a student who's been working hard to maintain a very high GPA while they're in college, that type of thing.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Well, very informative and certainly a changing landscape, and we appreciate all the work and help you offer to students along the way. Is there any other business to come before the committee today? Hearing none, our next meeting is scheduled for April 23rd at Iowa State. The Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee is adjourned.
At this time, we'll convene the governance committee. I'll take roll call. Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Ryswick.
Here.
All present in the committee. We will begin with the approval of the minutes from the November 6th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Our second agenda item is the consent agenda containing 4 reports. Are there any questions? The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next, we have personnel appointments. Associate Counsel Kristen Bauer-Davis will present the appointments.
I think I got my mic on. We have one personnel appointment today from the University of Iowa, the appointment of David Schwabel as Vice President for Research. Anyone have any questions?
Questions? Our next agenda item is policy manual revisions. Board Counsel Amy Clays will present the revisions.
Thank you, President Bates, and I'll present them as a group and then open the floor for questions. So 2 new policy manual changes are proposed for board approval today. Both policy manual changes are requested board approval as a first and final reading. The first is a new policy governing revocation of previously conferred degrees, honorary degrees, or certificates when it is subsequently determined that misconduct occurred or the individual did not, in fact, satisfy all requirements for conferral of the degree. The second is revisions to the board's current policy on freedom of expression. The proposed revisions establish expectations for university use of social media. The revisions also clarify that university statements, including social media posts, must comply with Iowa law, including Iowa Code Chapter 261. Again, these revisions are presented as a first and final reading and will be effective upon enactment. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Amy? All right. The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Is there any other business to come before the committee?
You need to go to.
Oh, that's not in here. I apologize. Oh, right there. Finally, I would like to recognize Executive Director Braun to discuss the creation of a new committee. Sorry.
Thank you, President Bates. The board is asked to ratify the decision by President Bates to create a legislative committee. It's an ad hoc standing committee, ad hoc committee of the board. Its primary responsibility is to review and propose the positions that the regents take or suggestions for changes in legislation. As a parenthetical side note, the regent system is impacted by over 300 bills a year. So this just will be a little more open and transparent way for us to do our business. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes, I have some questions here. I would just, I read through this and I think it's probably a good idea, but do you believe that the SROs or the presidents of our schools or one of their representatives should be involved in this as well? So that,
The SROs will be part of the staff for this committee, along
okay.
with myself.
And will there be guidance or, you know, something that says, not necessarily policy, but something that says, this is what we'll be looking at, or under these circumstances, we will or won't? Because there's a lot of bills that come up that are, you know, come up and go away soon. And then there's those bills that you really work on to make, you know, to pass. So do you have any ideas on ideas like that?
So the first formal meeting of this committee that's open to the public will be after the first funnel week. And so we'll be able to narrow the list of bills that we're looking at and identify the significant ones that made it through the funnel and have a little bit more focused conversation. Obviously, once we review a bill, unless there is some substantial change after it's been reviewed, then that bill can basically just sit on the list, if you will, while other bills take more priority during the committee meetings.
Mm-hmm. Good. I was just curious how that would be. And then somehow relayed to the rest of the board what we're supporting or not supporting, so that we would have some idea. Since we represent everyone in Iowa, all the students, I think it's probably important that if we're going to be taking positions as a Regent board, that we know where we stand.
As it states in the docket memo, the meetings will be open and other regents can join and share their opinions or thoughts about particular pieces of legislation. And the master list of bills is available to the board.
Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time before I proceed? Okay. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee is now adjourned. Now I will turn it over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Investment finance.
Excuse me, please. Go ahead. Sorry,
No.
Regent Barker.
No, that's all right. So the Investment and Finance Committee is called to order. First agenda item is the minutes of the November 6th committee meeting. Any questions or edits about the minutes? If not, we'll consider them approved by general consent. Item number 2 is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended December 31st, 2024. Seems like a long time ago, but I'll recognize Marquette Managing Partner Doug West for his presentation.
Thank you, Regent Barker. And this is December 31st, so it is a little while ago, but I will give some updates as we progress through, just giving you a sense of where we stand today. But if we start on page 3, you know, we've been starting meetings recently really focused on 2 major things. The first one is typically been inflation and then the labor market. And again, from an inflation standpoint, we've come down since peaks from 2022, but we continue to run a little bit above the Fed's preferred level of 2%. So this page right here is showing the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, which is the personal consumption expenditures, or PCE. That actually gets updated tomorrow. CPI, which I think is probably more of a popular inflation data point, comes out before PCE. So the January numbers came out earlier this month and came in higher than expected. And really you saw increases across shelter, food, and energy that really helped bring inflation above where the market was anticipating. So if you think big picture, the trends that we've seen recently, while closer to the Fed's target and much lower than what we've seen over the past couple of years, have still been above expectations and have really helped push back the potential path of Fed cuts in 2025. So we've had some pushing and pulling on what the Fed may or may not do this year, depending on some of these data points. If you look at the next slide, we've got the labor market, and here we're showing in the bars, these are monthly job ads, and then the line is the unemployment rate. And again, the number of job ads has certainly come down since post-pandemic, where we were seeing 6, 7, 800,000 jobs being added per month. But we are certainly still in a very resilient labor market. So December, we finished on a strong note, over 250,000 jobs were added. The unemployment rate dropped a little bit down to 4.1%. And then in January came in a little bit below expectations, but still added around 140,000 jobs. Those are mostly in healthcare and government. And the unemployment rate dropped a little bit down to 4%. But again, this coupled with inflation, where you've had a pretty resilient labor market and a slightly above average inflation, have sort of fed its way into the market's expectations for what the Fed's going to do. So if you look at the following slide, we show rate expectations, and this is as of January. And I'll kind of give you a sense of how this has moved since this report. But the blue bars on this page are the number of Fed 25 basis point hikes or cuts. So to the far left of the page, you can see the Fed hike cycle that was embarked on back in 2022. And then as we get closer to that shaded bar, you see the cuts that started back in September of last year. The shaded area is forecasts going forward. And then the green line here is the Fed funds rate. And if you look at the shaded probability, you'll notice that there's not a very strong probability of cuts this year. Some slight moderate expectations for cuts, but really the market has sort of dialed back their expectations for the number of cuts the Fed was going to do during the year. Over the last couple of weeks, you started to see some changing of expectations, and the probabilities of Fed cuts have started to increase. So now, if you look at the June meeting, the probability of a 25 basis point has started to accelerate a little bit. And there now is...
Sorry, this chart is only the expected level of the rate change, right? It doesn't actually show probability, does it?
It does not. So you can sort of imply the probability by the length of those blue bars, but no, this doesn't show the actual probability. But the takeaway here is that this is definitely changing, and it will probably continue to change as you continue to see data. The Fed paused at their last meeting, and right now the market's anticipating the Fed continues to pause. But as data starts to come in and you get this push and pull between potential concerns around inflation and the recent news around concerns around consumer spending maybe dropping and CapEx spending maybe dropping, you're going to see some push and pull related to the potential path the Fed might take this year. On page 6, at the time of this printing, one of the big stories in the fixed income market was the shape of the yield curve. So the fixed income market, we had seen a couple of rate cuts, and typically when you see the Fed start to cut rates, the yield curve tends to stay at a reasonable shape, if not fall. And what you've seen, or what you saw over the course of the couple of months after the Fed started cutting rates, you can actually go to the next page, is the yield curve actually steepened, which again is sort of counterintuitive from the Fed cutting to the yield curve steepening. And this was really around the fixed income markets concerned around the deficit and inflation. And it caused the intermediate to long end of the yield curve to rise up. So you're kind of moving from that gray line in October to the blue line in December. When yields go up, bond prices go down. So this was a headwind for fixed income. The broad market was down over 3% for the quarter. And again, as we sit here today, this has changed quite a bit. So we hit a peak of about 4.8% in mid-January for the 10-year Treasury. And if you look at where we're at now, it's dropped about 50 basis points or 0.5% in the last 5 weeks. And the fixed income market's really shifted concerns to a little bit more of growth concerns. Consumer confidence dropped. It was below expected levels. Retail sales have come in a little bit below expectations. And if you look across a lot of business surveys, companies are starting to reduce their expected CapEx spending this year. And so there's a little bit more uncertainty in the market right now, and you're seeing that reflected in the yield curve. If you move to page 8, the equity market was one of the highlights of 2024. This page, we're showing a couple of different indices, the S&P 500, which is large cap stocks, Russell 2000, the Magnificent Seven, which have really driven the market over the last few years, those large tech companies, and then the S&P 500 without those 7 tech names. And I think the takeaway of this page is at the top, the blue line, that's the Magnificent Seven. And again, another year where you saw very strong returns out of these companies. And overall, that helped drive the S&P to an over 20% return again. So we've had back-to-back years of 20+% returns in the S&P 500. Concentration remains an issue. This is something we've talked about at meetings in the past. You have a handful of companies that are dominating the marketplace. If you look at the top 10 stocks in the S&P 500, those are now around 40% of the overall index. And those 10 stocks accounted for around 60% of the total return in 2024. So those are really driving the market. We saw a couple of instances, one at the tail end of last year or towards the beginning of this year, where some of these stocks had some negative news. With NVIDIA, it was a rival AI model came out of China, and you saw a 15% sell-off. And that had a pretty material impact on the overall index. Concentration has certainly been helpful as those stocks have been rising, but it is certainly a large risk in the broad market if you do see any type of sell-off from those couple of names. As of yesterday, the S&P year-to-date in 2025 was up around 1.5%. So we're positive year-to-date, but as a shift from last year, value has actually outperformed growth this year. So you've seen a little bit of a rotation in what's been driving the market. On the following slide, a lot's been made of the Magnificent Seven and how strong those stocks have performed. I think there's a nice takeaway here on this slide with just looking at earnings growth. Those top companies have had extraordinary free cash flow. They've done very well from an earnings standpoint. So there is some reason behind why they've been performing the way they have. The takeaway of this slide is that the earnings growth is expected to moderate. So you're expected to see sort of a balancing out of the overall market. And again, if you look at least analyst expectations, they're expecting a rebound in earnings across mid and small cap companies and then developed markets, sort of overseas companies. Page 10, for non-US equity, the dollar was a pretty large headwind for the quarter. This chart is just looking at the dollar index over time. And then those dotted lines just represent the average and then standard deviations away from the average. And if you look where we're sitting towards today, we're basically over 2 standard deviation highs over the long-term average. So this very strong dollar has certainly been a headwind for non-US equity investors. 2025, you've seen this reverse a little bit. So it's been a little bit of a tailwind for non-US equity. Non-US equities are actually outperforming the US markets as we sit here today in 2025. On the next slide, we shift over to private equity, and this is looking at private equity exit activity. And one of the reasons most private equity programs are overweight private equity relative to other asset classes over the recent years is because of a lack of distributions. And if you look at this slide, this is looking at how many of these private equity firms are exiting. The exit value in the count has dropped off pretty dramatically since an abnormally high 2021. So 2022 and 23 were well below sort of historical averages. So you saw a very strong year in 21 and then distribution slow down by quite a large margin in 22 and 23. Last year, we started to see exits pick up, and 2024 activity is more on pace with sort of pre-pandemic activity. So that's a positive in terms of not only getting returns back from private equity, but also seeing those overweights to private equity start to moderate. And then the following slide, just an overview of the year and the quarter. The green bars are the quarter. Again, US large cap was the best performer overall. And for the year, again, up over 20%. In fixed income, the broad market was towards the bottom of the page, was down over 3%. And the global equity market was actually down 1%. But the other thing to point out here, if you look fourth down from the top, core real estate was positive for the quarter. And this is the second consecutive quarter we've seen positive returns out of the index. So there's some optimism that you're starting to see a bottoming out in terms of broad real estate. Are there any questions on anything on the market? Otherwise, I'll move into the portfolios.
Any questions?
Mhm.
I have a question on right there to that page, the asset class returns. If and when the tariffs are enacted, what would this, how do you see that to affect our portfolio?
Yeah, you're starting to see that being priced in a little bit already. And that comes with some of the uncertainty around CapEx spending and around consumer confidence. And it's pretty broad-based. There are parts of the portfolio that will not be as impacted, but really it's the uncertainty around it and then the potential impact to inflation going forward that's starting to trickle through to pretty much every asset class. You know, the 10-year treasury has a big impact across pretty much every asset class. And so, you know, that's one part of the sort of macro environment that's broadly impactful when you look at asset classes.
Thank you.
Other questions? I know this is maybe a hard one, but what do you think about recession probability for 25? What are people saying about that?
Yeah, if you looked at this a month and a half ago, the recession probability was in the sort of 10 to 20% range. What you've seen over the past week and a half to 2 weeks is that number starting to increase a little bit. The uncertainty in the environment and really the twofold impact of consumer confidence, especially the most recent reading, was considerably lower than expectations. And over the last 25 years, consumers have made up over 2/3 of sort of the overall GDP growth in the United States. So consumers start to pull back. That's a pretty negative impact to growth overall. And then on the business sentiment front, you're starting to see that turn. And again, as I mentioned, CapEx spending expectations are starting to be dialed back for 25. So the combination of those two things has started to find their way into those recession probabilities. Again, the most recent number I've seen, sort of broad-based numbers, are in that sort of 20% range. It hasn't ticked up, you know, to sort of significant numbers yet, but it's certainly trending upward over the last 2 weeks or so.
We've seen a lot of false positives on recessions over the last year, so hard to. But and 20% is not terrible, but that's still good to know that that's or interesting to know that that's increasing. So.
Yeah, I mean, Regent Barker, great point. As you know, I mean, 2022, you know, you had a horrible year in the markets, and then this broadly expected recession after the fact, and it never appeared. You know, we spoke about the inversion of the yield curve and whether or not that can be a reliable predictor. You take those surveys for what they're worth.
Yeah, it was not. The inversion was not reliable. Yeah. All right. Good. Well, thanks. Good. Yes, Regent Riswick.
Maybe another question along those lines. Are there any canaries in the coal mine, so to speak, like the trucking decreasing, you know, boats and RVs, you know, things that you might go, you know, head scratchers? I'm just curious in general.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that have been recently implemented or recently released, the NFIB sort of small business expectations or sentiment has started to drop off a little bit. And then those forward CapEx expectations have definitely shifted. That's at least a couple of things that have been moving the market over the last sort of 2 weeks or so.
Seems like a natural result of policy uncertainty that be some caution, but hard to know whether that's a real predictor of recession or not.
And these are month-to-month things. So you're really going to need more of a trend, and that's what we're looking for the next couple of months here.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you move to page 14, we'll move into the portfolios here. And 14, we're looking at the University of Iowa Operating Fund, which Northern Iowa is a part of. Just looking at asset allocation, we're roughly in line with policy targets here. The blue is the actual and the gray is your policy. Again, cash flows sort of quarter to quarter will impact this slightly, but again, overall in line with targets. If you move to the next slide, As mentioned, fixed income was down pretty considerably during the quarter, over 3%. Broad equity markets were down about 1%. So we did see negative returns for the quarter, but sort of in line with what we would expect to see. We still did see some nice outperformance relative to benchmarks within the portfolio, but overall it was a negative quarter. If you look at the year, a much stronger calendar year, again, really driven by risk assets overall, with that return over 5%. And again, long term, the portfolio is in line with expectations and targets. Again, targeting more around a 3% return here, and that's what we've seen over the last decade or so.
Since we've got a couple of new regions, I just point out again that the quarterly numbers are not annualized. So if you want to compare the magnitudes to the other bar charts, you multiply them by 4.
Yep. So the following page looks at the Iowa State operating portfolio. And again, here relative to targets, very closely aligned. Again, quarter to quarter, you'll see cash flows. This is an operating portfolio. You do see larger cash flows in and out, but in line with policy targets. And then the following page, again, from a return standpoint, very similar returns overall, down a little over 1% for the quarter, over 5% net of fees for the 1 year. And again, long-term meeting that expectation of a little over 3%. The following page, we get into the intermediate portfolio. This is the University of Iowa's portfolio. Here, if you look at the overall asset allocation, you'll see slightly higher targets to equities and just risk assets overall. This portfolio has a slightly higher return target, so we're allocating a little bit more to risk assets here. But overall, in line with policy targets, with a slight underweight to real estate that's been fairly consistent over the last few years. If you look on the next page from a performance standpoint, again, performance was negative for the quarter, a little over 2%. That's due to the slightly higher risk allocation and a little bit more into fixed income. But over time, again, the allocation of risk assets has proven to be beneficial. The last year, just under 6% net of fees. And then over the last decade, a little bit under 4%, overall outperforming the policy targets. And then the next page, we get into the endowments. So first, the University of Iowa endowment. And here, if you look at the asset allocation, this is a long-term portfolio striving to achieve a much higher rate of return. And you'll see higher allocations to risk assets, and you'll see illiquid assets, so private markets in the portfolio. And one of the things we spoke about in the past is just how the private markets allocation is higher than the overall target. So just wanted to spend 1 minute just talking about that. And I briefly mentioned this in the market environment, but the allocation to private markets across the entire industry, so pretty much any endowment or foundation, is really higher than targets right now. And that stems from a couple of reasons. One, 2022, you saw a massive sell-off in the public equity and fixed income markets. That was that year where you saw rates rising, you saw the equity markets sell off, and really traditional assets performed extremely poorly. Private equity held up very well during that year from a valuation standpoint. So that caused the weighting of private equity to increase relative to those other assets. You
It's
move
not
forward.
necessarily true, that, right? That's maybe because of delays in, appraisals or revaluations, right?
Yeah,
So
so
maybe
private equity tends to, you look at over time, tends to have a much smoother return pattern due to that delay in valuations. And that really, we've seen that over the last 2 years where the public equity markets have returned 20+%. Private equities performed well, but not nearly 20+%. Really, the other major reason why you're seeing private equity over their targets right now is that distributions have slowed. So 2022, 23, you saw distributions fall off a little bit. And so instead of returning that capital back and getting recycled into the portfolio, it stayed in private markets. So those two things, the strong performance over the last decade, private markets have outperformed public markets by a pretty healthy margin over the last 10+ years. You saw that large sell-off, and then the lack of distributions in 2022 and 23 have really caused that overall target to be above for private markets. The one thing to note here is that we're constantly reviewing this with the universities. We do commitment modeling regularly and are adjusting commitment models and the weights to get down to those targets overall. So that's something that will happen over the long term. Again, the other thing that will benefit the discrepancy between the two is just additional distributions. So 2024, we saw that pick up, and hopefully that trend continues in 2025. At least to date, it has.
So am I understanding correctly that so if they cut back on their distributions because these private equity investments are not very liquid, it's hard for us to rebalance to get to target. Is that right?
So the distributions are one of the large parts of this. This is a liquid. So in order to receive the capital back, it's reliant on those distributions. You eventually will get those distributions. It's written into the contracts, but what you've seen is, at least in 22 and 23, there was a pretty large difference between what people were willing to buy and what people were willing to sell for. And a lot of that was due to the yield environment. You're starting to see those two come together, and that's why you're seeing those distributions start to pick up.
Doug, how often do you do a rebalancing, like where you would actually move assets?
Yeah, so anytime money is needed out of any portfolio, the portfolio is naturally rebalanced. So we are constantly taking from parts of the portfolio that are overweight and going into areas that are underweight. And that's something that just naturally occurs. There are points in time where it's not because of cash flows and there is an actual hard rebalancing.
Right.
The issue here is that, again, with private markets, those are illiquid, so you cannot just rebalance out. Those need to be addressed through the commitment modeling going forward.
So might these numbers become worse, if we have a 10% goal policy and then it's only 5.4, might that become worse before it becomes better?
So the real estate allocation is one that could be addressed. That is something that you can rebalance into. The reason that we have that large underweight is because of the overweight to private markets. And that you need to offset that portion of the illiquid part of the portfolio. And since core real estate is less liquid than the other parts of the portfolio, that's where the larger underweight is. But the rebalancing on a quarter to quarter or month to month basis, we're going to do basically everything in our power to stay close to those overall targets. And again, the private markets piece of that equation is more like steering a large ship. You have to make incremental movements year to year there, with the expectation that over the next few years, you're going to start to narrow in on that target.
So you're just saying if private equity is overweighted, everything else has to be underweighted.
Correct. Yeah. And if you look at the following page, we have performance. And again, with the higher allocation of private markets, the higher allocation of risk assets, performance over time has been strong, given how well the market has done overall. A negative quarter for the most recent quarter, but for the year, up a little over 7%. And again, over the long term, up 8%, again, exceeding policy benchmark and sort of expectations overall. And then for the Iowa State Endowment on the following page, again, discrepancy here is really the private markets piece of the portfolio with the corresponding underweights across the other parts of the portfolio. So again, this is really driven by those factors we spoke about just a couple minutes ago. And then from a performance standpoint, similarly, for the most recent quarter on the following page, you'll see the negative return. But again, over the long term, very strong returns on an absolute and relative basis, outperforming the policy benchmark and achieving the target that we're looking to achieve over the long term. Are there any questions or other questions on the portfolios or performance that we can answer?
Nope, go ahead.
Well, that's all we have for today, unless there's questions.
All right. Well, thanks very much. We appreciate it. And if there's no other business for the committee, we're adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Barker. Okay. Now I will turn it over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Bates. We'll call the meeting to order. I, too, want to welcome Regent Gipple to her first meeting of the Audit and Compliance Committee. Look forward to meeting you in person at the next meeting, hopefully. So our first order of business is minutes of November 6, 2024. They're all in our packet, of course. Are there any questions or corrections? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. So first I'll recognize Andy Lanick of KPMG to present the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Audit Report.
Thanks, Regent Dunkel. I'm happy to be here today to present our audit results of the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics for the 6/30/24 audit. I'm happy to report that we have issued an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that we can give over the financial statements. As we went through our audit procedures this year, there was one thing that was new this year, which was the transaction and acquisition of the Mercy Hospital for roughly $31 million in January of 2024. As KPMG designed our audit approach this year, we made sure that we tested the transaction to ensure that the beginning balances were appropriately classified, recorded at the right value, and then we tested any amounts related to year end that were still there. For example, patient accounts receivable related to Mercy were transitioned to the new system, but there was still some old AR at the Mercy system, and so made sure that that was appropriately recorded and valued as of year end, and found no instances or concerns that allowed us to think that the estimate was different than what management recorded in the financial statements. In addition, we had no recorded adjustments or unrecorded adjustments. So the financial information this group sees on a regular basis is consistent with what we audited. In addition, we had no difficulties performing the audit. We had complete requirement of complete cooperation of management. We also had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in control. So overall, it was a very good audit, a very clean audit. And so I want to thank everyone for the help with it this year. That concludes my prepared remarks, but I'd be happy to take any questions that you have over the financial statements or the audit this year.
Does anyone have any questions for Andy? All right. Boy, that's a great news for us today. Thank you. And we have a lot of respect for KPMG's audit work that you do. And we appreciate no adjustments, no difficulties, no deficiencies. That's all good news. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Then I'll recognize the Chief Audit Executive, Chad Sharp, to present the internal audit reports issued. Chad?
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. Good afternoon, everyone. And I echo previous comments of welcoming Regent Gipple, and especially to the first Audit and Compliance Committee, so welcome. And I'll start with a couple reports from the University of Iowa. We performed a review of physical security controls at the medical center downtown and associated offsite clinic locations that were acquired in January of 2024. Recommendations included integrating the pre-existing video surveillance and badge access systems with or upgrading to the UI healthcare systems, deactivating all former Mercy badges and using UI healthcare badges for electronic access, using a standardized termination checklist that includes removing physical access upon employment separation, performing regular reviews of electronic badge access and physical key inventories, and then, of course, removing access and obtaining those keys back when access is no longer necessary. And that would include anyone with physical access, so employees, vendors, contractors, and ensuring that all doors at the offsite clinics are operating properly. We also performed a review of the P3 program award process at the University of Iowa. And this was a review of the university's controls for managing proposals and awards funded from the P3 investment revenue. So each year, an amount of P3 funds are set aside to be used for strategic initiatives, and faculty and staff are invited to submit proposals for the use of these funds. And we recommended that they clarify and define the responsibilities of the centralized P3 support staff, the awardee, and their departments, document the proposal and award management procedures, including the award reporting requirements, and store these documented procedures in a central location that's accessible to everyone that needs them, and ensuring that all stakeholders are included in the proposal and award communications, such as deans, department chairs, department administrators, budget officers, These individuals should be receiving the approved budgets, budget revisions, and other relevant information for awards in their units, and that they store these project-related documents in a centralized location so there's one complete central project file. Define and implement a retention schedule for these award documents, and explore opportunities to automate processes where possible. So for example, using workflow to route documents for approval. At the University of Northern Iowa, we performed a review of business and community services oversight and management of its centers. BCS was established in 2000 and directly oversees 8 individual self-sustaining centers that each provide unique services to businesses across the state of Iowa. And we recommended that BCS work with research and sponsored programs and the Controller's Office to improve the invoicing timeliness so that they align with the contractually agreed upon dates, that they document their critical procedures, including processes for the centers to report data to BCS consistently and procedures for validating the accuracy of that information. And then I have an update on the North Liberty Hospital construction audit project that Baker Tilly is performing. So Baker Tilly continues to review the payment applications with no significant findings. They will begin their closeout procedures in early March. And they anticipate the final payment application that they will need to review will be likely April or May, and then anticipate presenting the final audit report at the September board meeting. Now, if they can make it for the June meeting, I'll certainly keep you posted and let you know, but conservatively, they were confident that they would be able to get that at the September meeting. And with that, excuse me, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the reports.
Does anyone have any questions for Chad?
Yeah, just on the P3 program. So the things you're recommending, you're saying they have not been doing, and is that right?
Correct. Correct.
And so how does that compare? How does their efficiency of procedures compare with other sort of similar organizations at the university?
Well, I don't know if this will be a surprise to anyone. Typically, what we find is documented procedures are prioritized. They're doing the appropriate things. And in this case specifically, processes have grown organically over time because they've had a few rounds of these awards and they've made adjustments to the process, just haven't taken the time to document those. So I would say like documented procedures is kind of a common thing that we see.
Okay, so would you say there are serious issues here at P3, or just some things that need, routine things that need some improvement?
Yeah, I would say probably more to the routine things that need improvement. Yeah. I don't think there's no, concern that funds are being misspent or misused or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to point that out, Regent Barker. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Chad, would you like to go on then and with the internal audit charter?
Yes. So normally we present our charter each September, as you know, which we did do this past September. However, the Institute of Internal Auditors new standards just went into effect last month in January. So the version in front of you has been updated to align with the new standards terminology and charter structure. So I wanted to bring this to you now instead of waiting until this coming September. And so the updates made in this version of the charter do not change our authority, role, or responsibilities. These elements are in our current charter. They've been reorganized in this version to be in that order: authority, role, and responsibilities, because having the proper authority and the independent role in the organization are the foundation to us being able to effectively carry out our responsibilities. Excuse me. So for example, in our current charter, our authority is on the last page, where in this version, it starts in the first page. And one of the pillars of our authority is our access to people, information, physical property, pertinent to carrying out our internal audit responsibilities within the scope of engagements being performed. So that is to say, we don't have 100% access to all property, all information, 100% of the time. When we need access to a space or information that we do not have, we work with our clients and get assistance at that time. And the types of engagements that we perform are insurance engagements, which are what we've referred to as audits, and advisory engagements, which are what we've referred to as consulting. And that's where we provide advice without providing assurance. So this can be anything from facilitating discussions about risk and controls, or advising on the implementation of new policies, new procedures, or new systems. And reporting to the chair of this committee and the executive director provides us with the appropriate independent role in the organization that we need. If that were not the case, our ability to carry out our responsibilities would be negatively impacted. And then with the objectivity section in the charter, that's where our responsibilities begin. And so that section, the objectivity section, is saying that we need to perform our responsibilities in an objective manner. The managing the internal audit function section is a combination of the accountability and the responsibility sections of our current charter. And so those are our responsibilities within that section. And then the final section of scope and types of services, that was moved from the beginning of our current charter to where it is now at the end to align with the new structure and be in the section with our responsibilities. So to summarize and wrap this up, these updates do not change our authority, our role, or our responsibilities, but I think it does better communicate the relationship between you, the board, us, internal audit, and senior management at the institutions, which is that you grant us our authority and our independent role, which ultimately enables us to carry out our responsibilities with the support of senior management at the institutions. And one quick note, administrative comment, we'll be fully staffed on this coming Tuesday, March 4th. So I'm happy to share that information with you as well. And then I would be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
That's very good news that we'll be fully staffed finally. Does anyone have any questions for Chad?
Regent Dunkel, Chris Hensley.
Yes.
How many staff do you actually have?
So we have 10 staff at the University of Iowa, with a manager and an assistant director and an administrative assistant. We have 4 auditors at Iowa State, and we have 1 auditor at the University of Northern Iowa, and those 2 locations are overseen by an assistant director. And there's a mix of senior auditors, and we have 2 IT auditors as well.
Are they typically, do they have their CPA?
We do have CPAs on staff. I think we have 2, but that's not a requirement for being an auditor, no.
And how many audits do you do then per year?
So this year we have 60 on the plan, I believe, between all 3 institutions.
That's a nice number. Thank you.
And hopefully we will get closer to where we have been in the past to accomplishing that plan. We've had staffing turnover and COVID and those kinds of things that did impact our ability to get close to the number that we've had on our audit plan. Now being fully staffed, that will help reach that number. But we do have an onboarding program where the new staff member comes in and pairs with a more senior tenured staff member. So that has a short-term cost of the new auditor not producing their own individual audit. But I think the long-term payoff is well worth that cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sure. I was just going to say, that's great that you're at full staff. And I think it's just a good reminder that this was a good thing to move audit directly to the board. And I think that came out of the task force that Jim and Nancy and I were on some years ago. Also, just want to say, just commend Regent Dunkel for the work that she does on audit. Really important, and glad you do all that work on it. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I would echo those comments as well. Support from the board office and from Regent Dunkel and from this committee have been great, so I appreciate it too.
Thank you. Any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinic Audit Report and internal audit reports issued, and that the board receive and approve the internal audit charter. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Barker, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. It's a very good report today. Very good. So we're going to be ready for the University of Iowa Healthcare Committee. I believe everyone is here. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Our first item is approval of the minutes from the November 6, 2024 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone D. Arts at Harvard College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you now for the team's report.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all, albeit remotely. I'm joined today by Mr. Brad Hawes, our Chief Executive Officer of our clinical enterprise, and Mr. Mark Henricks, our Chief Financial Officer. So it's been a busy couple of months at UI Healthcare, and before I get into the main topic, I'd like to share a few brief updates. First update, on December 30th, our agreement to join forces with Mission Cancer and Blood was finalized and announced to our teams. I firmly believe that Mission Cancer and Blood and UI Healthcare are terrific partners, and we're uniquely positioned to work together to keep cancer care local and increase access to cancer detection, treatment, and research across Iowa. The second update is at the end of January, we were happy to celebrate our 1-year anniversary since the opening of our downtown campus. And in just a year, we have made an incredible amount of progress. It's been an honor to welcome that team and their spirit of hospitality to UI Healthcare. And the team downtown has been extremely welcoming as well. And I think we've learned from each other and grown under our shared mission of serving the community. Lastly, in terms of my updates, I'm happy to announce that in December, we were ranked among the top hospitals in the country for maternity care by U.S. News and World Report. This is the highest award a hospital can earn as part of U.S. News Best Hospitals for Maternity Care annual study. U.S. News, as part of this, U.S. News evaluated 817 hospitals from across the country. Next slide. And next slide. So today I'm going to focus on emergency services, and I'd like to tell you about our Department of Emergency Medicine because I think this department is really leading in their field. Their specialized care services, training, and research are changing the lives of our patients. Next slide. So I want to start with a story. I'd like to start with the story of Ken Platt, who's from Muscatine, and whose life was saved by UI Healthcare providers using a new technology called eCPR after cardiac arrest. When Ken was transferred here from Muscatine, his heart had stopped twice, despite our team performing CPR and using a defibrillator. The care team's final shot at saving Ken's life was to try what's called extracorporeal cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or eCPR. And eCPR is a process that is initiated emergently on patients who've had cardiac arrest and for whom conventional CPR has failed. And eCPR allows a patient's lungs and heart to rest and heal by recirculating blood from the body through an artificial lung or oxygenator. eCPR doesn't necessarily cure a patient, but it allows the body to rest and provides doctors with time to treat the underlying problem. So we launched our eCPR program in November of 2023, and it's the only eCPR program in Iowa and only one of a small number in the country. And Ken was one of the first patients at UI Healthcare to receive this treatment. Just to give you an idea, having an eCPR program requires a highly collaborative team of specialists and a very specific dedicated workflow. So it requires collaboration between ambulance services, emergency room staff, cath lab teams, interventional cardiologists, cardiac surgeons, a cardiac intensive care unit, ECMO management physicians, and ECMO specialists. And all of these specialists together are needed to manage a single patient requiring eCPR. So it can only really be done at large tertiary care centers. So Ken remained on ECMO for a week, and during which time he had stents placed to open his blood vessels, and a temporary artificial heart pump was placed to help support his weakened heart. The team really saved Ken's life, and they saved his brain when they put him on ECMO. They then helped him recover and be strong enough to go home and return to his life. And I've talked to Ken and his wife, and they are so grateful for this life-saving care that they received at UI Healthcare. So I thought that would help frame our discussion in terms of our emergency department services. Next slide. So I want to first focus a little bit on research. So it may seem like emergency medicine is primarily focused on the delivery of life-saving clinical care, but our emergency department also has long-standing research programs. Much of this research is focused on finding ways to prevent injuries and prevent the need for emergency care. Next slide. So, for example, Dr. Charles Jennison, professor in the Department of Emergency Medicine, is the Iowa investigator for the National Injury-Free Coalition for Kids. And our Stead Family Children's Hospital is one of 42 trauma centers nationwide collaborating to develop evidence-based injury prevention techniques for optimal care and rehabilitation of injured children. So one of these efforts focuses around all-terrain vehicles, to give you an example. So since the introduction in the mid-1970s, all-terrain vehicles, or ATVs, have been a consistent and growing source of deaths and injuries, especially among children. 1 in 3 ATV crashes involve children and teens under the age of 16. And most of these crashes result in injuries serious enough to require emergency treatment in trauma centers, and head injuries are the most common injury and the leading cause of death. ATVs are a significant cause of injury to kids, particularly in rural areas, and many of whom may live too far from a pediatric trauma center. And as such, injury prevention knowledge is really important. And I'll take just a few minutes to highlight some takeaways from his research. If you're going to use an ATV, number 1, wear a helmet, since head injuries are the most common injury and the leading cause of death. Number 2, ride solo. These are designed for single riders, and when 2 or more people are riding on it, it's much easier for it to flip or roll over, especially on rough terrain. Number 3, don't ride on roads. They're really built for off-road use. They have a high center of gravity that makes it easy for them to roll over, and the tires on these do not grip and release the road the way car tires do. 4th, ride the right size machine. Many of these accidents involve children on machines that were built for adults, and most injuries and deaths occur among children on adult vehicles. And then lastly, every ATV rider should wear proper ATV safety gear. So eye protection, boots, gloves, long pants, long sleeve shirt. So hopefully that gives you just a flavor of the types of injury prevention research that is being conducted. Next slide. I also want to highlight education and training. So our emergency department also hosts a number of specialized training programs. Next slide. The first one that I wanted to highlight is our EMS fellowship program. This is a one-year fellowship for physicians who've completed a residency in emergency medicine. And this gives them in-depth knowledge and skills for what happens before patients get to the hospital. So they have experience in air transport, ground transport, providing medical support for SWAT teams, and they also get leadership training. And this is important because many medical directors in large emergency departments are all board certified in EMS. So a nice way to train the next generation of leaders. Next slide. A second training program that we offer is the Emergency Medicine Fellowship for APPs, or Advanced Practice Providers. And these can be physician assistants or advanced nurse practitioners. Our program enrolled its first class in 2008. We've had 33 graduates since its inception, and that we are the longest continuously running program in the country. 8 former graduates now work in the state of Iowa. The program's 18 months long, and that includes 7 months at our university campus, 2 months at Washington County Emergency Department, and 9 months at on other rotations. And why this is so important is that many of our rural emergency departments in Iowa are staffed primarily with APPs. And we are committed to supporting the best training possible so that they're really prepared right after their training to go out and practice in a variety of settings, including rural emergency departments. Next slide. So I wanted to give you an example of one of our graduates. Josh Mann is a 2017 graduate of this program that I just described. He's now a physician assistant serving rural Iowa. And since graduation, he's worked in hospitals in Manchester, West Union, and Sigourney. As a PA working in rural Iowa, sometimes Josh is the only provider available in the emergency room of these remote critical access hospitals. He says that the skills and procedural training he received during his APP training here has provided invaluable. And I just wanted to read a quote from him. He said, "Intubations, central lines, chest tubes, and other treatments can be rough in a well-staffed emergency room at the university. But in a small 3-bed emergency department in rural Iowa, it can be very challenging. Having the knowledge and skills to treat sick patients in rural settings is rewarding for me and hopefully can save the lives of some rural Iowans." So interestingly, this photo is actually taken at a wilderness area. He serves as one of our instructors for a medical student course we teach on wilderness medicine. And that includes training in the treatment of heat and cold related illnesses, high altitude disorders, wilderness traumas, and immersion industries. And the class is actually taught in the field, as you can see here. Next slide. So lastly, I want to conclude with our third mission of clinical care and describe a little bit about our level 1 trauma center here on our university campus. Next slide. So part of what it means to be a level 1 trauma center, like the one we have here on university campus, is that patients are transferred to us from across the states. So Iowans travel here from a majority of Iowa's counties because when they can't access some type of emergency care at home, they can access specialty services here. So last year, Iowans traveled here from 96 different counties, so all except for 3 counties. Next slide. So this is a map of level 1 trauma centers. And there are very few places in our region that provide this level of care. You'll see here that there are a handful of level 1 trauma centers for children and adults in surrounding states, but we are the only one in the state of Iowa. Next slide. So this expands it with a few more darker blue spots. I've now added in trauma centers for adults. And so the only other level 1 trauma center in Iowa is in Des Moines, which has a center for adults, but not for children. So that concludes my piece of the presentation. But before I conclude, I'd just like to acknowledge the efforts of our emergency medicine teams. They innovate in research, education, and clinical care, and their efforts help Iowans. I'll now hand it over to Brad Hawes, who will continue our spotlight on the emergency department.
Could I interrupt just for a minute? Dave, Regent Barker, do you have a question?
Yeah, just on emergency, how are we doing on wait times for the emergency room?
Brad, do you have an update on wait times?
Regent Barker, that is a complex and varied answer. And so some days it can be fairly quick. And other days we actually have multi-hour waits. It's different by emergency room. So our ER on the university campus typically has much longer waits than we do downtown. It's something that we're very focused on. One of the statistics that we track is patients who leave without being seen, in addition to the long waits. And that has declined by roughly 50% over the last few months. But it is something that we're focused on. And then I'll talk a little bit more in some future slides about ways that we're trying to address that.
But so you'd say you're making progress anyway on wait times?
Yep. It's not ideal, but we are making progress.
I'll give my personal experience here. On January 27th, when we were there, we did get in very quickly compared to a previous time when we had waited several hours. But then getting a room, to go up to a room, that was a long wait. So Brad, just confirming what you're saying, might be a little better, but those rooms are just a big necessity.
Yeah, one of the biggest constraints, and you can just imagine kind of the successive incidents, Regent Barker, when we don't have a bed available, then we can't get somebody out of the emergency room, or we can't accept a transfer from another hospital. When we also are short on beds, and we try to put the jigsaw puzzle together, but then we also can't get people out of the post operating room service called the PACU. So we have patients that sometimes wait for beds there. Because we are a level 1 trauma center and the state institution, we really don't go on what many hospitals call divert. But sometimes we have to limit our ability to take patients to only the sickest. But even when a patient comes in the emergency room, we have to treat and stabilize them. And even though there might be a sicker patient in another hospital that wants to come, because someone's with us, we have to treat that patient first. And so there are lots of interlocking pieces that we have to make function. And it is a service in high demand. And I'll talk a little bit more about that.
And as you know, we'll have the North Liberty Emergency Department coming on this spring. And one of the tricks that Brad will talk more about is trying to ensure that the patients get to the right emergency department initially, so that the patients who really need the complex trauma care are in the university setting, and other patients at the downtown or North Liberty settings.
Yeah.
Regent Hensley.
Thank you. Part of the issue, not only the rooms, but a shortage of nurses, because that's what I'm hearing in the Des Moines metro area, that they may have rooms, but they don't have the staffing to accommodate it.
Yeah, so Regent Hensley, we actually do, as opposed to at least what I understand in some of the hospitals you just mentioned, we do not close beds for nursing. What happens though is we have to use traveling nurses to keep our beds open. But we have made the decision that we will use agency nurses, even if it's far beyond what we would like, in an effort to never close our beds.
Thank you.
Any other questions before they go on? Go ahead.
All right, next slide. So I'm going to talk to you, I'm going to go back down a little bit and just talk about different sources and ways we treat what I'll call urgent or emergent care. And I'm going to go all the way through what happens in different centers and then even outside of our physical facility. Long before I came to Iowa, there was a decision, I'm going to say 10 to 12 years ago, to invest in quick care and urgent care centers. And if you look at these, we have 4 quick cares. Those treat patients with minor illness and injuries. And often it's because there's not primary care available. Either there aren't enough, or often now, not often, but occasionally physicians say, I'm not taking call over the evening or weekends, and so you get directed to a quick care center. We also have, as a result of that decision about a decade ago, a number of urgent care centers, 5 of them. They can do a little bit more. They have x-rays, they do stitches, can treat broken bones, and even assist with IV fluids. And that's been, this strategy at the time, I'm told, kind of got quizzical looks from people saying, well, who would go to one of these? And it's actually been a vital support service to our emergency rooms. On an average day, between the quick cares and urgent cares, we're seeing about 440, 450 patients in a day. And you can imagine if those patients didn't have that alternative and ended up in the emergency room, we would have a much more dire situation. Even with this, right now with the respiratory and other demands on our services, actually last Tuesday, we saw the most patients ever in our quick care and urgent cares. We had almost 640 patients on that day. It's the most that we've ever treated. And over the last month, we've been trending at about 100 patients a day more than our average. And so this has been needed and successful, and I think helps shorten our wait times, as Dr. Barker was kind of alluding to. So a vital part of our work. So emergency rooms then treat patients with more serious conditions, and they have different levels of emergency rooms. As Dr. Jameson mentioned, when we open in April, we'll now have 3 emergency rooms in Johnson County, the university campus, the downtown campus, and then North Liberty. So next slide, please. There's the map that you can see the different locations. I apologize. All right, next one. So the emergency rooms are classified according to the level of services that they're able to provide. Dr. Jameson referenced the fact that we're the only adult and pediatric level 1 center in the state. The downtown campus is a level 3 emergency room, and the emergency room at North Liberty will open as a level 4. The difference between 3s and 4s is that they would have general surgery available consistently in that center. And so we are not planning on having general surgery, at least at the opening in North Liberty, but they do have general surgery coverage in the downtown campus. Both levels are trained to meet and greet trauma patients. They can do advanced trauma life support, and if needed, transfer to a more acute setting. In fact, it's standard protocol that levels 3 and 4 have transfer agreements if a patient is needed. It needs to transfer to a level 1 facility, and a lot of hospitals within the state actually have what we call ED to ED transfers that come to our hospital. So we have a different continuum. We are partnering very closely with the emergency transport services in our geography so that they know, kind of based on the acuity of the patient, where they should take the patient. I won't sit here today, though, and say that that's going to be a fail-safe methodology. We are preparing in case somebody goes to North Liberty, as an example, because they live close, maybe don't understand the difference. But if we need to transfer those to the university campus, we are prepared to do that. So different levels of service. On our university campus, we'll talk a little bit about kind of how we're trying to grow the services on the campus to expand the growing demand that we have. And so next slide. We've just recently finished phase 1 of an expansion project in the emergency room. It will have dedicated care spaces. We will add 12 additional treatment rooms, a new triage area, and a new multifunctional space that can go into that space. The second phase is projected to open in the fall, and I'll talk a little bit more about when we get fully opened. If you then go across the slide left to right, you can see that we do have specialized imaging in what we do. There's actually an MRI in the emergency room. And in our situation, we treat a lot of behavioral health concerns. And we're trying to customize the way that that's done. I'll talk about the crisis stabilization unit over to the right. But as you can imagine, a lot of the kind of unstable medical issues that we treat are not necessarily physical. They could be mental in terms of what we do. The new space, for the first time, has designated pediatric space. So for patients that are 0 to 18 years old. And so we've created the ability to have designated treatment areas that distinguish between adults and children. And that we believe will really enhance the care that we give. I want to spend a little bit of time on the right-hand side talking about what we call crisis stabilization units. And so we've had an adult CSU for a significant amount of time. We're now creating pediatric crisis stabilization unit. And so what happens in these areas, rather than take a hospital bed and a bed or a bay that might be needed by somebody else, these are areas that are they're common spaces where sometimes simply what's needed is a time to observe and de-escalate the situation that somebody might be in. And it's a place where we can bring together kind of interdisciplinary care, the social needs, mental health, and other things. And so we bring together a number of providers that get in this space, and it's a less intense, less like a hospital, and almost like, we have recliners and almost a family room-like environment where we can de-escalate. It's very close to the emergency room. So if we have care that needs escalation, we can take people over into the ER. But this has been a really novel and creative way for us to treat people that don't necessarily need to be in an isolated bay or in a hospital bed for what we do. And we're really excited that we're going to have a CSU for children and a CSU for adults. We have the space built so it's flexible and we can open doors or close doors. They're kind of pullable bifold doors that we can use. And we'll be very excited about this. The CSUs opened in December, and it's really innovative, and it's just a wonderful space for our patients. All right, next slide. All right, so now I want to talk to you a little bit about care maybe that's a little bit outside of the emergency room. I'm going to give you some different stories here. And while it's outside of the emergency room, we do have a story here on the left that happened at the university, and then I'll progress across this slide. So next one, well, I'm going to tell you about somebody named Stan Goldstein. Next slide, please. He was a University of Maryland fan, and he had come to a basketball game at the Carver Hawkeye Arena. Right before halftime, he went into cardiac arrest, and he had collapsed on the floor, actually stopped breathing, and had no pulse, just as the buzzer sounded for halftime. And you may or may not know, for all of the basketball games and all of the football games, we have essentially a full medical team that's on site that takes care of fans and potentially injuries that happen on the field. Obviously, this was a case of a fan. So when he had collapsed without a heartbeat, our medical director, Dr. Azim Ahmed, rushed over to help him. They were able to start his heart and get him stabilized and transfer him to the emergency room. He later ended up having an implanted defibrillator. And then the following year, he was welcomed back to the basketball arena to celebrate his full recovery and to celebrate the team that revived and treated him. So sometimes emergency care is not always just in the emergency room. All right, so the next story, the one that's going to be in the community, well, there you see the celebration the year after. Dr. Ahmed is the one standing next to him just to the right, and is the medical director that's really has a very broad set of responsibilities within the emergency room. So a great story. All right, next one. This is a story about an individual far away from us, and his name is Derek Oldfather. He was working in Eldridge, Iowa, at a factory that supplies concrete, masonry, and other landscaping products. He was working in a sand pit that was kind of 3 stories down from the surface, and they were, I guess, had a conveyor belt that was transporting supplies up from that sand pit up onto the surface where those things could be transported. While he was there, the conveyor belt jammed and stopped functioning, and so he went down to work on it. And while he was working on it, it kind of restarted, and it pulled his leg into the conveyor belt and crushed it. And so his coworkers applied a tourniquet and tried to take him out of the conveyor belt, and were unable to do that. Not too long after that, a very specialized team that we have here that we call UI Med Team 1 arrived to treat him and take care of him. And it just so happened that one of our surgeons, Patrick McGonigal, was part of that team, and they actually amputated his leg in the factory, and then transported him to the emergency room to take care of him. This in the field amputation had never been done before, but these 2 surgeons had practiced what it might look like, and because they were successful in doing that, they saved Derek's life, and I think is a real wonderful success story. So you can see a congratulatory kind of conversation that he's had with some of our physicians there, and our ability to deliver emergency care even outside of our community, I think, is wonderful. So, all right. And then the next one, next slide, we'll talk a little bit more. So there's a celebration. I keep missing the celebration parts of this. You can see the congratulatory certificates from the city of Eldridge and what's happening there. All right. So across the community, next slide, we have a kind of a unique service that's just been recently piloted in collaboration with our emergency transport and the county. And what we try to do here in this situation is have our physicians and the county identify people who frequently call 911 or frequently come to the emergency room when they maybe don't need that full level of services. And so what we do is actually have teams that go out to people's homes and treat them in their home. And they can do things like, obviously stabilize blood pressure and dehydration and those kinds of things. But you can see here with the graphic on the right, before we had this intervention program, October 23 to March of 24, the number of calls to 911 for these patients that had been identified. And on the right-hand side, you can see that there was a drastic reduction in the number of calls that come in. And that's also then had a significant reduction in the people that actually have to come to the emergency room. This was really a pilot. We have, I think, a lot of interest by Johnson County and other counties around us to see if this is something that could be implemented and broadened across the care continuum. And I think is really innovative and talks a lot about ways we can serve the community that aren't just within our 4 walls. All right, and then one other one, next slide. Next one. Want to talk a little bit about toxicology. And so, as you can imagine, these could range from somebody ate a laundry pod and got sick, or it could range from chemical exposure in a workplace. And so when you look at toxicology within the state, 100% of the toxicologists are employed by UI Healthcare. And 1%, 3 of 340 essentially in the country work at UI Healthcare. We have a fellowship that where we can train and have additional providers that we supply here or in other places. We provide phone help to other places that need to admit patients and don't know what to do with them. And we're really proud of this service and the service that it gives across a broad state as we go forward. All right, next one. And then the other way that we provide services in a broad scope is through air care. We have 4 bases within the state, and you can see them here, and you can see within these circles, when we dispatch one of the helicopters from one of the 4 bases, how long it takes to arrive at a referring facility. And we do this in partnership with a company called Air Care, that we've had a partnership with them for over 40 years. In 2024, we transported 1,100 patients. About 84% of those came to our hospital at UI Healthcare. Not all of them. We also accept helicopter transports from other services that come in as well. But this partnership has been really instrumental in our ability to serve other people that may not have the capabilities in the local community where they work. And so we're very proud of the services of Air Care. And while it's kind of a sad occasion when I hear the helicopter come and land on the facility, because I know that there's a really sick person on that aircraft, we're really thankful that we have the ability to transport people. Essentially almost covers at least the western 2/3 of the state in the way that they do this. Air Care has other partnerships on the west side of the state with other healthcare facilities, but we have had a long-standing partnership with them, and we're really proud of it as we do that. So I think that's all. Next one. I think that's the end of mine. So emergency care, and we're really proud of the way we kind of are able to deliver different levels of care at the appropriate locations and serve the community at large.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead, and Regent Barker has a question before you go.
Will you ever use the helicopters to move patients from North Liberty to Iowa City, or is that always ambulance?
I think it would almost always be ambulance in that situation.
Okay.
Yeah, even we had a recent patient, Regent Barker, where there was a transport from Muscatine. And even in that kind of a situation, they felt like the ambulance was a little bit safer and about the same kind of distance or time to get them here. It's usually further distances when we have to fly people.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? I have one on the in-home. I call it in-home emergency services. Are those covered services by Medicaid and insurances, or is that based upon what you receive in other areas?
I actually don't know with the pilot that we talked about, Regent Bates. Well, I'll follow up on that and we'll get back to you. I mean, the payers, I believe, appreciate that because it's often lower cost to them. And if we can keep them out of the emergency room, I don't actually know how we get paid for those services.
Yeah,
it's a good
I think
question.
Yeah, wonderful program. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so we'll turn to the financials. So just a few notes on the highlights, and this is through the half year through December year to date. High level from a volumes perspective, we saw inpatient discharges, clinic visits running slightly ahead of budget. We've seen really strong volume in the surgical side. Surgical volumes across all our operative platforms have been strong throughout the first half of the year. Converting that to revenues, we saw between the strong surgical volumes, we also had high occupancy at the ICUs, and ancillary services were also very strong through the first half of the year. So we saw charges running above budget. From an expense perspective, on the salary side, given vacancy levels still being higher than budgeted, we saw salary expenses 2% below budget. On the opposite side, from a non-salary perspective, given the level of surgical volumes being higher, about 1.4% above budget on non-salary expenses. But globally, given those broad factors, our operating margin with and without directive payment is running ahead of budget through the first half of the year. If we go to the next slide and just highlight what those margins are. So again, given the factors we discussed in the highlights, the operating margin in the gray without directed payments is running about a 1.2% loss. And then if you look at overall operating margin with directed payments, we're at about 165 million or 10% positive margin through the half year. I would say the global takeaway here is there's a lot of efforts among our teams to kind of continually improve access for our patients, and that's had a great impact the first half of the year. If we go to the next slide, these are the high level metrics, basically trend between what we would have provided in September and December. You can see operating margin similar. Capital, you can see days cash is down as capital investments progress throughout the year. Days cash will fluctuate some, and we saw a little bit higher capital investment leading into December. And the next thing around the financial leverage or debt to cap, again, margins are an important part of our capital investment plan. Debt is also an important part of that. You can see we're running through December about 15.6 debt to cap versus Moody's median is about 23%. But with our capital plan, we did a January bond sale of about 246 million. So we will see that that helps kind of balance out that days cash and other impacts. But through January, you'll see the debt to cap move to 22%. Again, it'll still be running below Moody's medians overall. So if we go to the next slide, again, it's always crucial that we put the financials into context and focus on the importance of continually looking at how our margin with directed payment is so important and directly connects to our capital investment needs to expand access and continually improve the patient care at UI Healthcare. And from a broad perspective, the next slide will show kind of like in a typical year in FY24, the global spend, if we go to the next slide, I'm sorry. Yeah, global spend was about 388 million in capital. Again, addressing access, updating facilities, and improving patient care overall. And we talked last time about some of these categories about, replacement capital, needed infrastructure. But in that element in the bottom left, when we talk about new construction, renovation, this is an example. The ED project perfectly fits in that category and the goals we're trying to drive with a project like that. So lastly, a lot of conversation about the importance of our ED. I'm sorry, if we go to the next slide. A lot of discussion about the importance of our ED expansion. And from a capital perspective, the investment there is around $37 million in that space. And with that, we're addressing the key elements we're continually talking about of improving access. So overall, we're increasing ED capacity by 36%. We're increasing that crisis stabilization capacity by 58%. At the same time, where we're increasing capacity overall, we're really making big improvements in care from a care perspective. The crisis stabilization, as Brad mentioned, was really kind of a breakthrough care protocol when we initially launched it. And there were a lot of reach outs from different hospitals kind of trying to understand what we were doing there because it had great outcomes. But it was located on the 7th floor of the hospital in older space. So it was not, for that population, wasn't the most accessible and whatnot. And so moving that into newer space and space that's much more accessible in the ED is going to have big impacts. And then also just the level of quality patient care, the ability to break out adult peds is going to really have a big impact, again, on providing our providers and staff the capability and the investments to make sure they can provide the best care overall. This is, phase one, we've launched the crisis stabilization space. As Brad mentioned, we're excited for the fall of 2025 when the full space is open. I'm happy to turn it back to Denise.
Regent Hensley has a question.
Thank you. Can you explain to me the building usage fee and how that's calculated and where that comes in?
So when you, I'm sorry, Regent Hensley, when you say building
usage fee, there's a charge. It was referred to in some of the projects that were approved earlier for the hospital. That was a source of fund.
Yeah, Brad, I'm not sure that terminology usage fee. Are you familiar? Brad, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that fee that you're referring to is. Is it part of a construction presentation?
I thought it was a fee that was charged to patients and it was referred in sources of income for one, or sources of funds for one of the projects that we,
19 and 20 in our.
yeah.
Brad, this is Rod Leonards, and Mark. When you have your projects from UIHC, your funding source is building usage, which is your revenues, and that is the source of funds from hospital revenues for your construction projects. It's been a long time used term to represent the revenues enabling the projects at the hospital. Not as a fee.
So Rod, it's
charged to pay, not as a fee charged to patients.
So it's a fund accounting terminology, it sounds like.
Yes, it'd be like general fund for a project at the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The building usage fund is the hospital's funding source for all capital projects.
Okay. So Regent Hensley, with our projects, an element of the financing comes from our margin and dollars from the margin, some of from debt investment, debt issuances, and then some philanthropy. So in this case, $37 million spent on this project, there'd be a portion that's from the overall margin of the institution. And if I remember right, we allocated a little bit of that, the debt issuance to this project as well.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question.
It's from your checking account.
Yes. Much more directly put. Thank you, Regent Dunkel.
Thank you, Nancy.
I just want to jump in here and say, Mark, thanks very much for that clean audit too with KPMG, which we had earlier in this meeting. We appreciate that. Makes our job a little easier, and God bless all of you.
Yeah.
Is there any other business that you have to report? Are you done?
I think we're done. Thank you.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, all of you on the team, for the report. As always, it's very interesting and very informative. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the UI Healthcare presentation. The meeting of the UI Healthcare Committee is now adjourned. Thank you. We're going to take a short break right now and be back in about less than 10 minutes. Iowa Memorial Union Modernized Building Project. All other committee items are recommended for approval. Are there items board members would like to remove from the consent agenda for a separate vote? A motion and a second are required to approve and receive the items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Motion by Regent Hensley. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question about the item that we removed. What's the prognosis for that, or what's the plan or follow-up?
Okay. JC?
I can answer that. Jim is the Property and Facilities Chair. So the idea is that project we think is a good project. So we do want to see that proceed. We feel it's financially prudent to see what happens with NIH, Medicaid funding, just to make sure just to let some dust settle and make sure we're spending money wisely. So the intent would be to see that again on the April meeting agenda after we've let some dust settle there.
Any other questions
No, no.
or comments? I'll take a roll call. Regent Weiswick?
What are we voting? This is the consent agenda we're voting on?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Regent Weiswick?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Kramer? Oh, he's gone. Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. Motion is approved. At this time, I have some comments to make. The higher education landscape is changing at the state and federal levels. One of the things that the board does is to assist the institution to ensure they change as well. We must stay ahead of the curve and not play catch up. As we are all aware, DEI has been a central focus during the last 2 summers and legislative sessions. While we have made significant progress, we need to complete the work. For example, after working with the board office for the past several months, the University of Iowa announced that the 3 living learning communities will no longer exist after the end of spring semester. We understand that some are upset, but to comply with the recent decisions, this is a path forward. But we do have more to do. While there have been administrative eliminations and restructuring, the universities need to look again to see if there are additional changes that should be made. There has been work done on the university web pages, but a simple search shows there's a lot more work to do. For some, it may look like nothing has been changed. This is not the case, but the changes must be made. I am directing the institutions to pull down any current or archived web pages regarding diversity, equity, and/or inclusion. Once the pages are down, then the universities, in consultation with the board office, can determine what pages need to exist but rewritten. Also, we need to ensure that all 3 universities fulfill the request from the governor in her February 24th letter. In her letter, the governor requested that by March 6th, each university identify any existing contract with the federal government that has DEI provisions, along with the date of the agreement, contracting parties, dollar volume, and an estimate of the percentage of the work to be completed. All of us, regents, university administrators, faculty, and staff must examine what we are doing now and what we will be doing going forward to ensure that we are following the spirit of the laws and executive orders, not just the words on the paper. The time is now to make sure we complete our work. I would also like to add to Regent Lindemeyer's comments from earlier during the Academic Affairs Committee. The universities and the board have been proactive in ensuring that programs that are no longer needed are eliminated and that new programs are added to meet the demand of students and the workforce needs of the state. Currently, there are several bills in the legislature that would direct the board to do a review of our programs and how they fit with the high demand jobs and workforce needs. But we do not need to wait for a bill. I am directing the board office in consultation with the universities to begin the review now and to have a full and complete report to the board by its November meeting at the latest. I know that there are some who believe the board and the universities move too slowly in being responsive to concerns that are raised. There are many examples to show that that is not true, but I would like to talk about the last docket item we have today regarding the changing the admission application with regards to sex. Even before the letter from several members of the legislature was received, work was already underway to make the changes. 3 days after the letter was received, the changes were complete. This board recognizes the changes that are happening and are working to ensure changes are being made at the universities. The board is working efficiently and systematically to make sure all the changes that need to be made are made. I would like to thank the board, the universities, the legislature, and the governor, for understanding that the board is doing its work and will make sure the work is done on time. So at this time, let me recognize Board Chief Business Officer Brad Berg for the annual Resident System Governance Report.
Thank you, President Bates. The report includes 5-year plans, preliminary budgets, and the proposed rate information for each of the 3 resident systems. No action is required of the board today, as we will bring the proposed rates back to you in April and for a second and final reading, and the final system budgets will be presented to the board this summer along with the other university budgets. Each of the systems continue to operate in competitive environments and are responsible for all of their operating and capital needs. They currently house over 19,700 students, provide dining services to even more, and they maintain over 7 million square feet in facilities. We do have representatives from each of the resident systems have joined us on Zoom today and will report on their respective systems. We will first start with Vaughn Stange from the University of Iowa. Vaughn?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our housing and dining plans for the next academic year with you. We expect a larger occupancy this fall with more first-year students and more returning students wanting to live in the residence halls. This allowed us to reopen Park Lawn Hall for the fall of 2025. This building will be mostly single rooms and only for returning students. The capacity of the building will be 61 students, and the building is already filled with returning students the first day that reapplication occurred. I met with our student advisory group to discuss housing and dining budget and our rate requests. We're coming to you with a request for a 3.9% rate increase in room and meal plans for the upcoming year. This is a lower increase than what was approved last year, and included in the request are revisions to our current meal plan offerings. I'll take most of my remaining time to provide an overview of the meal plan program changes. The meal plan options were last reviewed and revised in 2013. In 2023, we began the process of reviewing them again. Over the past 18 months, we received over 4,300 responses through 4 different surveys from both on-campus and off-campus students to determine what students want in their meal plans. 3 themes emerged from these surveys. They were customization, convenience, and affordability. These themes inform the meal plans and costs before you, and we believe they will better meet the needs of our UI students. We're replacing our flex meals that were previously part of each meal plan with dining dollars. Dining dollars will provide students with more locations and more flexibility with purchases. The amount of dining dollars will depend upon the meal plan chosen. Dining dollars will roll over from the fall to the spring semesters, but must be used by the end of the spring semester. Students can choose from block meal plans, weekly meal plans, and dining dollar only meal plans, the latter specifically for our off-campus students. Laundry dollars have been created to replace Hawkeye dollars for the purposes of laundry usage. Existing Hawkeye dollars can be used through May 2026. We continue to allow students to donate their guest meals to the Hawkeye Meal Share program, which serves to meet the needs of students with food insecurity. We continue to reinvest in our facilities with current priorities, including conversion of community restrooms to single-user restrooms and upgrading and creating study and engagement space on first floors of buildings not already completed. This includes Mayflower Hall, which we are committed to operate into the future. Again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions at this time?
Thank you, Vaughn. From Iowa State University's Department of Residence, Amelia Cepeda. Amelia?
Thank you, Brad. President Bates and members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. Good news, Iowa State residence halls and apartments opened in fall 2024 with 10,091 students. We had 9,597 meal plans, and this put us about where we were last year. But for next year, we are expecting an increase in the number of students who want to live and dine with us. Again, good news. We're currently 970 housing contracts ahead of where we were at this time last year. There's a number of reasons for that, but one of them being an anticipated increase in students. So to accommodate for the increased demand, we have made the decision to return Wallace Hall to its original design capacity. Currently, those are all single rooms, and we plan to return most of them, almost all of them, to double occupancy rooms, and that would give us an additional 250 spaces. To accommodate the growth in the student interest and to accommodate and expect to continue updating our aging infrastructure, though, we are navigating rising construction costs and just the general inflation of expenses. So in order to accomplish this, the Department of Residence and ISU Dining respectfully put forth a rate increase equivalent to 5.77% for a student living in a standard double occupancy unit without air conditioning and the unlimited cardinal meal plan. Some of the projects we're working on for this coming year include a front of the house renovation for Seasons Marketplace. That's one of our largest residential dining locations. Residence hall and apartment window upgrades. We have general life cycle upgrades that are happening as well. And over the years, we've been very mindful of how much we increase rates, and this year is no different. We did present our proposed rates to our Inter-Residence Hall Association, or IRHA, and those student leaders unanimously supported raising these rates. The increase will help both the Department of Residence and ISU Dining continue to provide students with excellent living and dining options, as well as maintain a sustainable business model for the long term. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And we will conclude with Nick Raffanello from the University of Northern Iowa Housing and Dining. Nick?
Thank you, Brad. Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. I'd like to start by highlighting a couple of successes from the current year. This fall, we saw nearly 3,200 students living on campus, which is our highest occupancy since 2019. We continue to see increases in our retention of students to living on campus, with approximately 54% of our students returning to live on campus this fall. Our Live to Succeed program, which provides students a 2-year contract and several benefits, including a $1,000 scholarship in the second year, continues to be popular with our students and their families, with more than 50% of our new students selecting this contract option. This current fiscal year, we are also working to maximize our investments in capital projects and deferred maintenance with strategic investments in roof replacements, skywalk renovations, and the addition of 2 new mail and information desks, which will enhance our services to students and expand the hours in which we are available for questions, package pickups, and other services offered to our residents. As we look ahead to FY26, we are proposing a 3% rate increase in line with the current rate of inflation. This increase will allow us the ability to maintain the level of services our students have come to expect and continue to reinvest into our infrastructure to provide the spaces and amenities our students desire. With the acquisition of the Quarters Apartments, we are continuing to increase our occupancy by meeting more demand from our students in apartment-style housing and are projecting to be over 90% occupancy this upcoming fall, which is our highest occupancy rate since the fall of 2016. Finally, we continue to prioritize reinvesting into our facilities, and in the upcoming year are planning to complete a dining center refresh, along with updates to some of our apartment units and continuous upgrades to our infrastructure within the buildings. In closing, we strive to positively impact the students' experience through our housing and dining program to ensure our students have the best possible experience living on campus, with a focus on supporting our students in achieving their academic, professional, and personal goals. We believe we are meeting those goals as evidenced by the continued growth of students choosing to live on campus at UNI. It's an honor to lead an extraordinary department of staff and students who are committed to ensuring the success of our students. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
JC?
I have a question, maybe just for all three schools. Do you see any changing trends in housing in particular since COVID is 4 years past now? So there was a demand for single rooms. Iowa State mentioned that they're converting those back to doubles. Do we see a trend back that direction, or what do you see?
I would say that since the pandemic, I think we're seeing more students who want more engagement. That's what we saw in some of our surveys that we have that we've provided to our students who've given us feedback about higher levels of engagement. Our programming is up, our satisfaction levels are up, and they just want to do more. They want to be around more people. So while students still want privacy with single rooms and things like that, they do want to get out and build community.
I would echo the same thing. I've been at Iowa State since 2022, and during that time, we see students wanting roommates, particularly our first-year students, and then those singles become more popular as they return for a second or third year.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I think that I agree with their sentiment. I think we have continued to see a bit of a strong demand for single rooms, which is why we have opened those up to our first year students. And most of that is just continually changing our inventory based on the demand and the feedback we receive from our students.
I was gonna say, myself, I am in Ryder Hall at UNI, which is now going to be converted to single rooms for incoming students. So I think it's important that, yeah, like we're assessing where the needs are and what type of groups we're looking at that are wanting the housing. So I really do like that. I just thought I would add that's really great that we're keeping up with the trends.
I had a question for you and I. What's the status of the apartment property purchase?
We're still in the process of contract renewal right now, but we are heading in the direction that we anticipated. We're continuing to change services and integrate it into our operations. So our facilities folks and custodians are getting a lay of the land, so to speak, and learning how to respond to the various new housing options that are available to them. But we are heading in the direction we anticipated right now, but we're still in the middle of that process.
Are there any other questions from any of the board members? Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Brad, very much. And at this time, there's no board action as rates will be voted on at the April meeting.
Thank you.
I'll now recognize Board of Regent Associate Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius for the annual graduation and retention report.
Good afternoon, everybody. President Bates, members of the board. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you've probably reached max capacity for presentations today, and unfortunately, you've got at least one more from me. So one of the ways that two of the biggest ways we measure student success at our universities is through this annual graduation retention report. So it's looking at, of our entry cohorts, what percent come back for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years after entry, and what percent graduate. And we measure 3, 5, and 6 year. We typically don't look beyond 6 year because there's very few students that actually graduated beyond that time period. But the 6 year standard is based exclusively on IPED standards that we report to the federal government. Most of our students do graduate in 4 years, and I'll talk about that a little bit in the presentation. Go ahead next. So across the board, we've got very good news. Our Our retention rates are as high as they've ever been. You can see in this data that we are above the national average for private nonprofits, for four-year publics, and also for the for-profits. And I think you can look at the line a little bit. If you look for 2020, the entry cohort of 2020, which would symbolize kind of the COVID, beginning of COVID year, there's a little bit of a dip in almost all of those lines. And I don't know if that's necessary. I can't prove that that's COVID, but if you look at the recovery starting around 2022, it's very suggestive of that. Again, 88% overall for a region enterprise is as high as we have ever been. So next slide, please. We don't have as much data on COVID impact for graduation rates because we have to look, we usually start at least 4 years after in most of our cases. But at least initial findings are there's not a big impact happening. In fact, we are hitting record highs for graduation rates across the board, particularly when you look at graduation within 4 years. Go ahead and do next slide. And an area of particular interest that we've been showing over the last few years has been our graduation rates within 3 years. All of our universities have shown growth in that area, but particularly University of Northern Iowa, which we always like to show folks a line that goes up from left to right, and that they certainly are achieving that right now with their 3-year graduation rates.
Go ahead, Regent Hensley.
Is that, you and I, if they're having the higher rate, do we know, are those students going to a community college first? Or are they going to getting community college degrees even when they're in high school? And that's why that graduation rate has gone up so much? So no, community college would not be impacting this because the way the standards are for IPEDS for graduation rates is it's first time, full-time students, a cohort of them. So that's basically a student who's at our university and it's the first college or university they've attended. We also do track separately transfer graduation rates, and they actually are on par with our direct from high school students. But these are for the most part direct from high school students that are full-time enrolled. So it's not due to that, but it may be an impact of some of the dual enrollment. I mean, the average student coming into our universities is bringing in about 20 credit hours of college credit. Yeah.
And that in many cases takes care of most or all of their general eds when they walk in the door.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Breaking out that 4-year graduation rate at our 3 universities, you can see that kind of growth over time. And with the exception of you and I had a slight dip from last year, but again, still everything is, we're showing growth at the 4-year level. This slide is a little bit different. So everything else has been shown by entry cohort. So we look at the total number of students who entered our university and look at how many of them graduated after a certain period of time. This is looking at, of the students who entered, of all the students who graduated within 6 years, how long did it take them to graduate? And you can see, frankly, amazing growth and graduate within 4 years. 1988, 42%. We're now at 76% of all of our graduates graduated within that 4-year period. And shrinking on the areas where they took more time otherwise. So that 5th and 6th year, that rate has gone down quite a bit. All fantastic news. I include this slide just to kind of put this on our website. We share it with a lot of different sources or a lot of different audiences. But it's just to kind of drive home the point that we are the engines of bachelor's degrees in the state of Iowa. Comparing us to any of the others, overall, we produce over 60% of the bachelor's degrees from year to year. And that varies a little bit from cohort to cohort. But we provide the bachelor's degrees in the state. And then finally, just to wrap this up, for the last 3 years, we've gone beyond just providing graduation rates and kind of retention rates for students. We are now able to track through our cooperation with the U.S. Census Bureau what the outcomes are for our graduates after they've earned their degree. So we can track them 1, 5, and 10 years out. This is a very simplified way of looking at some of the data we have available to us. but we can break these down by major areas or kind of academic fields and see what their median salaries are in different areas. We can look at what kind of industries they're going into. We can see where they're going nationally. And Census Bureau has continued to add additional data points. We just submitted data that allow us to be able to track residents versus non-residents and where they go after they've come to us. We'll be able to see what percent of the out-of-state students that come to one of our universities stay, what percent might go, and the same for our resident students as well, again, in the future. Now, this is part of the component of a larger law that was passed a couple of years ago that requires us to show not only wage data, but also debt upon graduation data. And that's on our website. It's on all the universities' websites. And every new student at all of our universities, at least once during the year, usually multiple times, is receiving a link to provide this information so that students are informed about their field of study, what their expected outcomes would be, what their expected debt would be in those areas. And then they can look at other fields of study too, make comparisons and make choices and have a pretty good understanding of what to expect after they've earned that degree. And with that, I'll take any questions that the board might have.
Regent Hensley, you're looking at me like you have a question.
Not a question, but just a comment, and we're going to talk about it. I think it's one of the last items on the agenda, but we have such a gold mine of opportunity with non-resident students. And we have such an issue with workforce development. I mean, if you look at the unemployment rate and jobs available, and, you know, I just think that I would love to see us have some discussion about what can we do to make sure or encourage and increase the number of non-resident students to get them to stay here. And I mean, I know the bill that we've got, or the work study grant, you know, that's for Iowa residents, and it would take legislation. But I think we really need to have some discussion about that because it's such an untapped source of workforce for us.
Yeah, 40% of our students are from out of state.
Yeah.
And early indications from some of our survey data for 1 year after is we keep about 20% in the state, which is fantastic.
But we lost the others.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also one of those things where sometimes students want to go back home. But they've come to our universities. We've been able to put our best foot forward, and we've been able to help support our universities with their attendance. As I mentioned before, the Census Bureau data, once it becomes kind of fully online with the residency, we should have a better way of tracking some of that and have a better understanding of those students and where they go after, if they do leave, and where they're from if they do stay.
I would say just sharing one of the efforts that affects me of keeping college students in Iowa after graduation, the Teach Grant. I'm actually on it. So you get some funding through college. And then if you do end up in Iowa, that will end up supporting like your education. But if you end up out of state, you have to repay that. So that's kind of like holding you to stay in Iowa after graduation. And I mean, there's efforts, I'm sure, in other majors as well. But that's just my own personal one that, yeah.
Very good. Any other questions? Regent Barker?
So whenever I see this astonishing increase in the 4-year graduation rate, I worry that it might in part be because of lowering of standards, make it easier to graduate. Is there any data that you know of that we can look at to show that that's not the case?
I mean, I don't think there's, so we have accreditation boards and bodies that maintain standards across all sorts of different kinds of universities. I mean, there's a saying you can see that if you have an engineering degree and it was ABETS accredited, that you know you've got a great education. So those groups maintain those standards. I think what we're seeing for those graduation rates are two things. One is more students are coming in again with the concurrent enrollment credit, so college credit that they've earned while in high school. The other thing is that we have gotten a lot better as universities at supporting students outside the classroom. So you'll see sometimes staffing numbers for our universities, and sometimes people will equate staffing with administration. But if you look at the appendix for this report, you can see some of the measures or some of the initiatives that our universities are doing to support students. Some of it's peer mentoring, some of it's supplemental instruction. All of those things are often done by students to help out, but they need staff to coordinate and maintain. And we just have a better understanding of how to support a whole student than I think we did even 15, 20 years ago. And I think those things go a long way to retaining and getting those students across the finish line.
Would the increase in credits that students get be that magnitude of increase from what, 1988 to now to explain a lot of that?
I don't have concurrent numbers that go back that far, but they've gone up pretty sharply in the last like 10, 15 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Regent
It's not
Lindenmeyer.
unusual to see students with 40 to 60 college credit hours before they even walk onto a college campus.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
I would just underscore what Jason said. What I've seen in the last 20 years is a huge change in investment in student support services from when many of us went. And the other thing I think has been attitudinal. I still remember the speech that you got at freshman orientation about, look at the one student on your left and the one on the right, only one of you is going to be here. And most colleges were proud of that. That's changed completely. And now they're focused on finishing students, and that's taken a while to get there. But I think that, and then the other thing is the concurrent enrollment. Obviously, when somebody shows up with 15 to 20 hours, it gives them a little more latitude, in their choices and how they move along. But I'm so impressed with those numbers. It's when I first started seeing those, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I thought we've changed the way we're counting somehow because they weren't believable. But I don't believe that's true. I mean, it's just, and I was going to ask, when you look at our graduation rates compared nationally, even that's a significant difference. It's about 10 points. It looks like to me, and that speaks well to our schools, I think, and what they're doing.
Regent Reiswick.
Thanks, Jason. Good report as always. You have on the last slide here, percent who stay in Iowa at 50%. Is that skewed at all by the percent of out-of-state kids that then leave, like that 20% number? So is in-state kids staying in Iowa higher than 50 actually?
We've got indications from surveys, not yet from this, that we're keeping somewhere in the neighborhood of like 70% of our in-state students, but that's a rough estimate.
Okay.
So don't quote me newspapers as you're writing this stuff down. I would add overall that what we're looking at is, again, that your observation is a really good one, is 40% of our students as a base are out of state. So if all of them go back home, we would expect to keep about 60% of our students in state. So it's a little bit lower than that.
Okay.
But hopefully soon we're gonna have a much better picture of how that's working. Yeah, but I think we keep a lot more students in state, yes.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that. Is that the after 10 years, the percent who stays?
The percent is after 10 years, yes.
Okay.
And so that does go down a little bit over time.
It goes down over time. So that's what I was going to ask is there a point when you see, like, not a cliff, but they stay, and then all of a sudden a lot of them leave all at once? Do you track that previously so you can, and I'm thinking about retention, right? Like, what companies will do this? If we get them here for 2 years and they kind of plant roots in that, they're more likely to stay 10 plus.
Yeah, the biggest drop seems to be between year 1 and year 5.
Okay.
So yeah, I would agree.
That
with
makes total sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the thing that I've mentioned before during these presentations is one of the bigger surprises I think we got out of the census and tracking where students go after graduation is about 85% are staying in the Midwest.
Yeah.
So it's not that they're going so far away, but that also makes sense because most of our out-of-state students are also from adjoining states from the Midwest. So if they're going back home, we would expect to see that same pattern.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? As always, you may think it was at the end of the day and we're tired, but look, we were all paying attention. It's a very good report. Yes, thank you, Jason. So, and no board action is necessary at this time. Now I'll recognize Rachel Boone, Board of Regents Chief Academic Officer, for the presentation.
Thank you, President Bates. In your docket, you have a request for approval of academic majors eligible for the Iowa Workforce Grant Incentive. This is currently in its second year. We are currently awarding the second year of awards for this. Last year was the first year. The list that we have of approved majors must be approved every other year, both by the Board of Regents and by the State Workforce Board. In partnership with Jason Pontius, as well as our colleagues at the Iowa Workforce Development Board, we compiled the list of high demand majors that met the criteria in the law, matched that using Department of Labor, Federal Department of Labor mechanism for matching majors to jobs to determine the list that's before you. Just for a little background on how this is going, in the first year of the award, about $6.6 million was awarded to students at our that were in either their junior or senior year, basically, at one of the universities. The incentive portion of this, which is kind of gets to some of Regent Hensley's questions about how do we try to keep students once they graduate, keep them in the state of Iowa. That is still in process. So I've been in touch. That's all, the mechanisms for that are all through the Iowa College Aid Commission. So we're in touch there because of the time lag on that. That's still a process that's underway. So we don't know yet exactly how the incentives have played out. Once we have that data, I would love to bring that forward to all of you to help us see that. The new list that we have in the docket today is actually very similar to the list that was approved in the last cycle, largely because a lot of the high demand jobs that meet the criteria were the same. There's a few updates for new majors that have been created since that time, and a couple fell off if they are no longer being offered by our institutions. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has some.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Rachel, now I'm looking at the table that has the list of about 4 or 5 categories here. Is that current? Is that, it says elementary ed, computer, occupations, biology, psychology, and business administration.
So those are the broad category. I think those are the top categories broadly. Yeah.
I guess my question was, we keep hearing about nursing shortages and, and medical area shortages. And are those incentivized as well?
They are incentivized. Yeah, so they just don't have as high a volume, if you will. So we have a lot more teacher preparation students, teacher education students than we do nursing students. And so I believe that if I'm remembering correctly, and I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, but I think that's about the volume of students. And that would be, for example, why nursing falls off. However, nursing, Iowa residents who are in our nursing programs are eligible for that once they're above the 60 credit threshold.
Regent Barker.
So this long list, those are all high demand?
Those all match to one of the high demand occupation areas that was provided to us by Iowa Workforce Development.
Could we get a list of the majors that are not in there?
Yes, I'm looking for Jason. Yes, Jason can do that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Okay. A motion and a second are required to ratify the academic majors and high demand jobs eligible for the Iowa Workforce Grant and Incentive Program for the academic years 2025 through 26 and 2026 through 27, as described in the docket memo. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Regent Rouse has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Regent Reiswick has seconded. Is there any further discussion? Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Kramer's gone. Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. Again, I'll recognize Rachel Boone, Board of Regents Chief Academic Officer, for comments on the university's strategic plan updates.
Thank you, President Bates. In alignment with the Board of Regents strategic plan updates that were made in January of this year, the universities have proposed some edits to their own strategic plans. They are found in the docket, and happy to take questions on the process, or if you have questions about the specific edits. I know we have university representatives on Zoom.
Are there any questions? Regent Barker.
Yeah, so I would agree with all of the edits that have been made. There are a few additional edits that I think ought to be considered. Is that something that can be done, say, between now and the next meeting? Or is this a final?
These were presented as what their initial, yes, as their final edits. However, I think if you would like us to work with the universities, I mean, that's something that is an option. We could take the ones today, and then if you want to approve them as is, and then move forward with requesting additional edits.
That would be great. If we will have that opportunity, I'm happy to vote yes on it. Yeah.
Okay, yes, I think we'd be happy to work with them on whichever areas, on whichever plans you care about. Yep.
Any other questions? A motion and second are required to approve the updates to the strategic plans from Iowa, Iowa State, and UNI as outlined in the docket memo. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Regent Hensley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Regent Rouse. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead and vote. Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. Motion is approved. I'd like to recognize Mark Braun, Board of Regents Executive Director, for remarks regarding application for admission update.
As you can see, it's a pretty short docket memo. President Bates actually stole my talking points in her comments, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Regent Hensley.
I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw it, I don't know if it was in a newspaper article, and it's very clear what's being proposed here, but if there's an independent third party that's going through, it that has applications as well?
The Common App, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Yes. So students can still use the Common App to apply to the institutions, but when they apply specifically to the one institution using their admissions form, this is what they will see.
Okay, so the Common App, even though it may have additional genders and et cetera, they won't get that, they will get this app.
No, if they use the Common App, they will still see those. If they apply through the university and not the Common App, this is what they will see.
Okay.
We don't have purview over the Common App and what they, the questions that they ask.
Okay. Okay. But has there been communication with the third party as to what the legislation is right now within the state?
Not that I'm aware of.
Shouldn't there be, though?
We certainly could.
I think it would be appropriate to have conversation with them just based upon all the discussion that there is out there, and it'd just be one more safeguard to ensure that we're getting everything taken care of.
Sure.
Okay.
Good. Is there any other questions? Regent Barker?
Would the legislation that's now being considered impact our ability to accept the Common App?
I'd have to look at the bill again.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mark. This concludes the board's business. The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.